Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to those in the chamber today and also those that are joining us online. I'd like to call the Tuesday, March 28th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. With that, I'd like to start with some acknowledgements. I'd like to recognize some of the excellent work that's been done, that's continued to being done by our Community Services Department. The City of Chestermere Community Services Department won the International Communities Award for Excellence in Community Services. So that's quite a prestigious award, so we just wanted to say well done. With that, moving on to item C on our agenda today, which will be approval of the agenda. I'd like to see if there's any additions or amendments to the agenda. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I just have a short statement, slash apology that I would like to have opportunity to present to council at some point during our meeting today, and we just wonder if this can be added to our agenda. It should take no more than 2-3 minutes.
I think, Shannon, I think what's best in regards to that is we have a session set up for discussion on in camera today on how we're going to respond to the municipal affairs report and directives. So it's related to that, I believe? Okay. All right, are there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, if I could get a motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councillor Vogt?
I make the motion that we adopt the agenda as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes on pages 4 to 12. Item number 1, which is the approval of the March 7th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. All right, Councillor, are there any comments or changes you'd like to see to these minutes? Seeing none, hearing none. Okay, if I can get a motion to accept these minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we accept the minutes of the regular council meeting of March 7th, 2023 as presented and acknowledge the administrator's comments.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All approved? All in favor, sorry? Approved, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 2, which is on pages 13 to 22, which is the March 14th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. Are there any comments in relation to those minutes? All right, if I can get a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we accept the March 14th regular council meeting minutes as presented and acknowledge the administrator's comments.
Any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 3, which is pages 23 to 29, is the acceptance of the Intercity Forum on Social Policy January 27, 23 meeting minutes. Are there any comments in relation to those minutes or changes? Seeing none. All right, if I can get a motion to accept those minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that council accepts the Intercity Forum on Social Policy January 27th, 2023 meeting minutes as presented.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, moving on to item E, which is some unfinished business. Callan, do we have the appointments for the Watershed Committee?
Yes, we have the one member, and it's coming on the screen right now. It's for Tony DaCosta. Just in last meeting, it was the only committee on the separate page, so it got missed, unfortunately. So,
Okay. All right, and just to confirm, Tony is from Chestermere.
correct.
Okay, great. Council, are there any comments or points in relation to this appointment? All right. Council, if I can get a motion to accept Tony DaCosta to the Watershed Advisory Committee. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that council appoint the following individual to the Watershed Advisory Committee: Tony DaCosta.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Moving on to our council discussion today. Item number G. I'd like to start with item number 3, which is item number 2, sorry, which is the new mill rates for acreages on pages 34 to 38 of your packages. So the discussion that we're looking to have today is really just a general discussion from council, and then to look at moving this on to our action list for our administration to look into investigating the opportunities for that. The new mill rate for acreages is in relation to some of the acreages that are in Chestermere, as well as the east acreages, north acreages, and south acreages. One of the things that we're looking at is whether we're looking at annexations and whatnot. We're looking at annexing a variety of additional farmland / acreage land. And one of the complaints that we've received over the numerous years of having the acreages in Chestermere is being concerned about being pushed to our current mill rates. And so we're looking at amending that to allow, once acreage owners are remaining acreage owners until they decide to change their land use or develop it, I guess, is when we're looking at having mill rates change as opposed to when they remain as acreage land. And so I just wanted to have a general conversation with council in relation to that topic, and just see what council's thoughts are. Any thoughts? Councillor Ryan?
Thank you. Through the chair, maybe if we can get staff to provide some insight as to what are the services that the acreages do get for the taxes that they pay. Because I do understand, I think there is a bit of a difference in terms of services.
Yeah. I think, and again, that's a great point. As the acreages start to receive more services, then yes, they have to, those prices would start to change. Part of the idea around this new mill rate would be to track Rocky View's, for example, mill rate for similar acreages, and to ensure that we're being competitive. But I understand that our services, for example, when we're looking at garbage pickup, that's an additional charge as well. So do you have garbage services that are provided to acreages currently? Not currently? Okay. And I know that some of the acreages are looking for, as we've been working on, additional services that are going to be brought to some of the acreages, being water and sewer. Some have requested, again, garbage pickup. But I know that once we're looking at additional services, that also does create the change in affecting the zoning or the mill rate in it. So initially what we're looking at is comparing, trying to compare apples to apples, I guess, with Rocky View, and trying to ensure that we remain competitive. Cam, what kind of services do we offer currently to acreage owners?
Currently, right now, we're not offering anything. We do offer the use of our eco center, as long as they can produce a driver's license that shows that they're a resident of Chestermere. Otherwise, there's a charge for that as well.
And we also plow their roads too?
Some of them we do, not all of them.
The main roads, is that what
Main
we do?
roads, yes, right.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess the idea is to look into staff investigating the opportunity with what Rocky View is offering and what the city is offering, and make a comparison and bring that back to council. Sorry, Councillor Funk?
Just a little confusion. I understand we're talking about acreages and stuff, but the policy that we've got attached to this is for vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands, which I think is separate from acreage.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we might need to relook at where that falls in, because I know there's the assessment and everything for residential or acreage is slightly different than vacant land.
Yeah, I believe the bylaw is 022-10 for acreages. Again, we'll have to get staff administration to confirm that. And the idea is just to have council, I guess, discuss or confirm if they wish to have administration look into mill rates for these different acreages and in comparison to Rocky View County and see their thoughts. Are any comments? All right, so if we want to, if we're looking at putting that on the action list, we probably need to make a motion in relation to asking staff to look into the item. So I'd like to make a motion to request administration. Callan, can you put this on the screen? Oh, okay, you got it there. Is that for the vacant land or is that for the mill rates? I think that's vacant land 011-19. I think that's point number 1. So we're on point number 2, which is the mill rates for acreages. 022-10, I think.
This was the motion that Legislative Services developed before, but we can change it, no problem.
No, that's okay for vacant land. But we're looking into mill rates for acreages. That's number 3. On our agenda today, we have it as point number 2 and point number 8. We can create the motion if you don't have one, that's fine.
Apologies.
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, thanks. Callan, do you believe it's dash 19 or dash 20? Sorry, 22-10.
01119. I believe we were looking at different assessments for mill rates. So I think we're talking about 2 different bylaws, but we can definitely change that as well.
Okay. Yeah, just in our agenda today under point number 8, we have mill rates for acreages, which is bylaw 022-10. So we can change the motion to ask you to investigate the bylaw. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, perhaps where the confusion is are we looking to create a separate class for acreages? And therefore, it's part of the existing policy and bylaw that creates the subclasses. So, in essence, we're looking for, the possibility of creating a separate classification for acreages that would carry its own mill rate, right? And whatever circumstances are required of when something changes, all of a sudden it moves from that class into a residential or some other class. So acreages basically stay as acreages for their tax rate until they become something different. Is that the intent?
That's correct.
So should we say, motion the council direct administration to investigate amendments into the appropriate bylaw, being for the creation of a new subclass of acreages and develop a new mill rate for the 2024 tax bylaw. Okay, see if it says investigate amendments to the appropriate bylaw for the creation of a new subclass of acreages and develop a new mill rate for 2024 tax bylaw. Okay, Councillor, are there any comments in relation to the wordsmithing of the motion that's presented? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a little confused just on process here. So wouldn't this come as a presentation from staff where they have all the information and then we would be doing this? Like, I feel like we're giving staff some information, which is good, but like, wouldn't they bring it to us and then we make a decision on this? I'm a little confused at the moment.
No, that's a good point. So we should expand the motion to ask for the investigation and to come back to council first for review. But Councillor Hanley?
No, that's exactly what I was going to say is we're asking them to investigate, but the motion should indicate coming back to council, or at least advising council of how long this would take them to do, right? As we're considering it as an issue for the 2024 tax rate year.
Investigate amendments to it's also the investigation into just the general comparison though of what we've got now as what possibly Rocky View has as an example. So how do you want to word that? Councillor Funk?
Sorry, so that could be a second motion, maybe.
Okay. Okay, we could split this into two motions. So what do you recommend for this? That it just basically indicates that it comes back to council for review? The council by the end of April, March, April. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, so return to council by the end of April with the purposes of, with the assessment of a new competitive mill rate for acreages is probably what we're looking for.
Okay, that's good, Callan. You might want to say Rocky View County's mill rate, though. Oh, good. Okay, you did. Councillor Hanley?
Amendments to the appropriate bylaw and probably policies, because we have policy 450 here that deals with classifications between like residential vacant and residential non-vacant. So I'm assuming there's a policy related to this as well.
Councillor, are there any more thoughts in regards to the wordsmithing of this? Councillor Dean?
I'm not sure how to put this for the wordsmithing. It is related to the wordsmithing of this, though, because would we not be looking for a full presentation of what we do now,
Yep.
why we do what we do now, the reason why that works, the reason why it may not work, and the definition and the considerate and things for us to consider moving forward? Is that right? That'd be kind of a usual staff presentation. So are we? Is that not what we're looking for? We're just looking for staff to do a presentation on bylaw 022-10 and then to bring forward recommendations as to whether or not, as to what we should do with it. Is that not what we're doing?
So should we ask for the assessment and comparison and recommendations of a new competitive mill rate?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry. I guess for me, before I can make a decision on something, I just want to see a full presentation. I would like staff to do a full presentation for us on like what it is now. This is what we're doing now, and we as staff possibly believe that if then give us options. If you leave it the same, here are some pros and cons. If you're going to change it, here are some pros and cons. And I just feel, and then from that, we would make a determination as a council doing what we do based on that information. Is that right? Is that all we're asking them to do?
Yep.
Okay. So can we just say that, but better than I just did?
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, perhaps where we go at the end of April, return to council by the end of April with probably a full comparative analysis and recommendations.
Councillor, vote? Yeah, push your mic. Yep.
I believe if we tabled this and sent it back for better clarification, I think that is the way we should do it.
Council direct. Administration to conduct a review of bylaw. Callan, sorry, you're confirming that those are the correct policy numbers and bylaws?
Yes, or at least part of them. I'm gonna add a caveat saying and any other relevant bylaw or policy.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
If you don't mind, I'd like to take a stab at this. Council to direct administration to provide council with a presentation on bylaw 022-10, including what the bylaw currently is, recommendations for amendments, and why, and include other relevant bylaws and policies. Because I feel like that's what we're asking them to do. And that gives them plenty of latitude to do what they do best, which is get us information.
Yeah, as long as we're comparing Rocky View County's mill rates, because part of our point is to compare are we competing with Rocky View are we competitive with Rocky View in what we're charging residents that were just brought over from Rocky View, and to ensure that that we have a competitive target for us to, if council agrees, for our administration to focus on. We call it administration to conduct a review. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, I typed that. Period. Presentation to include mill rates of like properties in other municipalities, including Rocky View County.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you like me to read that again?
Yes, please.
I can Just give it to Colin.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, if I can get someone just to read the bylaw in so that it can be understood properly for all of council. Read the bylaw, read the motion, sorry. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct administration to provide council with a presentation on bylaw 022-10, including what the bylaw currently is, recommendations, and why to include other relevant bylaws and policies. Presentation to include mill rates of similar properties in other municipalities in Rocky View County.
Thank you. Are there any wordsmithing or comments in relation to that? Councillor Dean?
I think the word "in" should be including Rocky View counties, and that's my apology. I was shorthanding there, Callan, on what I had handed you. I think it should be including, so mill rates of similar properties of similar properties of, not including, of other municipalities, including Rocky View County.
Councillor Hanley?
Since this would be like our only motion, I believe we should work in at the very end with a specific focus on acreages.
And do you want to add a time frame to that? Do you want end of April or May? Councillor Dean?
What do staff feel is a realistic time frame for this type of a presentation?
Callan, what do you believe would be reasonable to look into those other municipalities? Like, you're looking basically at Foothills and Rocky View and what they've done for their mill rates. Sorry. Travis?
Speaking with Cam, we think that we can probably have a presentation prepared and back here in 2 weeks.
Well, that's quick. Okay. All right, if we can then put that time frame in there. So I think no later than April, end of April is fine. Okay, Councillor Hanley, if you could read that motion again. Or sorry, Councillor Funk.
Rocky View is just one word.
Okay. Can you read the motion in full again?
Sure. Motion that council direct administration to provide council with a presentation on bylaw 022-10, including what the bylaw currently is, recommendations for amendments and why, to include other relevant bylaws and policies. Presentation to include mill rates of similar properties of other municipalities, including Rocky View County, with a specific focus on acreages to return to council no later than the end of April 2023.
Great. Are there any other comments in relation to that motion? Councillor Dean?
Yes, sorry, Councillor Funk. Rocky View's 2 words for Rocky View County.
Sure. I thought it
Yeah,
was one.
I definitely, yep,
Sorry.
100% on this one.
Okay. Any other comments in relation to the motion? All right. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, the next topic of discussion is number 3, which I'd like to jump to, which is unlocking economic value in lot subdivisions and essentially removing barriers. And Callan, this will be another motion that we'll present for staff to proceed forward with, gathering information for council. Okay, so what we're looking at here is 4 lot subdivisions. So right now there's a substantial barrier to releasing economic value out of current larger parcels of land. And that barrier is really what the municipalities and the cities create in the sense of the costs of actually getting subdivisions to the table. It's substantially expensive, actually. And a lot of our larger landowners are often owned by some of our older citizens that have held the lands for long periods of time. And so they're often at the stage where they'd like to, whether they're looking to pass it on to the next generation or whether they're looking to sell something for additional cash flow, their investment style is often risk averse. And so the challenge with subdivision is you get faced quickly with the issue of, I'm going to spend a bunch of money trying to see if it subdivides, and then I'm hoping it's going to sell. And if it doesn't sell, oh my gosh, I've got all this money tied up in this land. And what we're saying is that it's not that we're saying to get rid of the value that the cities need to charge. What we're saying is the timing on it. And the idea is that the city would allow for a lower cost to get the subdivision approved, which is essentially it's a paper document that allows the lands to have more legal lots on them. And it doesn't mean that you've sold them. It doesn't mean that you've built on them. It doesn't mean you have any permits on them. What it means is that you've just simply subdivided and you've got more lines drawn on a piece of paper that's down at our land office. And by doing that, you're really creating flexibility for the landowners. And the landowners have the ability to, if they decide to sell or something, they're not waiting a year or a year and a half for approvals. And what we're looking at is the idea that if they end up doing this subdivision, when would the city get its funds? Well, the municipality always gets its funds. Is that once there's a building permit or once it sells, whenever the money transacts is when I'm proposing that we look into the city actually getting paid at that time. And so when funds are actually moving and everybody's starting to make money, then the city would start to get its fees back. Following that, as we're also moving into removing economic barriers, when we're talking about east acreages. So our east acreages is a number of smaller land parcels, anywhere from, I guess, 4 acres to about, I believe, 40 acres. And so one of the challenges there is that how do they develop the land and in an affordable fashion? And one of the concepts that we've been talking about with them is gradual density. And so what that means is that you're gradually increasing the density on your land. So you're affording it by one step at a time, rather than I'm just going to come in and service it all. I'm going to spend millions and millions of dollars servicing everything and then try and sell a parcel. What we're looking at is that when you're looking at, say, a 5-lot development, that pushes you into requiring to have asphalt roads. When you're looking at a 3-lot development, you're allowed to stay with gravel. So one of the things that we don't allow is that when you're at a 5-lot development, you've got to start the first lot with asphalt, as opposed to why can't we make some amendments that allow people that as the densification increases, then they start hitting those goals that the densification requires. And so on the first 3 lots, they could have gravel, and then as soon as they're going to sell the 4th lot, they've got to put asphalt in. So there's a variety of things like that are real barriers to entry for people that are, really, held their land for a long period of time and are trying to figure out the next steps in their lives. And, is there a way for a municipality to unlock that barrier that we create by charging so much up front before the residents know if they're going to be successful in releasing some of the value of their land? And so that's essentially the idea behind how can we encourage our residents to take advantage of unlocking value in their land without creating it to be too much risk for them. And so there's numerous topics around that topic, but the first parts of it are just to take a look at from an eye of how can we make things easier. We always get paid. It's just when we get paid is the kind of the discussion point. And so I wanted to just preface it with that kind of conversation and then ask council again briefly just to talk about what your thoughts are around trying to help residents and encourage them, if they're willing, they don't have to, but encourage them to be able to unlock the value in their land. Are there any comments or points? Councillor Funk?
Yeah, no, I agree. This is a very interesting concept in that we want to allow, I guess, smaller developers or people that have smaller areas of land instead of having large tracts of land, the ability to subdivide or develop areas that are gotten swallowed up into a city or a municipal residential area, the ability to create smaller lots without having huge upfront costs, and also creating different contractual requirements instead of all the fees being upfront or all the requirements being upfront, like you said, for paving and things like that, to stage it, I guess. And I like that idea. It gives us more flexibility, or it gives home or landowners more flexibility. And like you said, we get money when we get money. It's the same front or end. So it really, to me, it's just a different contractual obligation, and the way we would write the bylaw on how it's gathered.
No, it's a good point. And to be clear, I'm using some easy examples. When you're looking at, for example, services, so if you're looking at water and sewer, you can't really start with a very, very small pipe and all of a sudden hit 100 lots, right? You do have to have some planning behind what you're trying to accomplish. And that's, part of our planners have to, be a part of that. But on that shouldn't, just because it's challenging, shouldn't make us not want to look at it. Right. And to help our residents out and help our landowners that have been taxpayers for 20, 30 plus years, they deserve to benefit from the value of their land rather than just selling it inexpensively to a developer. And I think it's important that, if possible, on some of these things that are reasonable, that we look into making that easier for them. Sometimes it doesn't work all the time, but when it does work, it's something for us to consider. Are there any comments or other points in relation to this? Councillor Funk?
Just thinking through it. So I'm thinking a lot of these kind of things came into place probably a long time ago when it was hard to track some of these contractual requirements and issues. I guess it'd be interesting to ask administration how hard, with the new systems that we have now, to facilitate these kind of changes coming in to the contractual requirements, be able to track them and charge them at that time, and see how they feel about the value. Because the value to the city, I think, would be great in allowing some of these smaller landowners to be able to develop their land themselves instead of having to sell it off, because the upfront cost to develop land is quite high in a lot of municipalities. But I guess a lot of it comes down to how administration could track that and facilitate that.
And I think, good point. I think what's nice about that is that the city is always registering something on title. So when you've got, say you subdivided somebody's 20-acre parcel into 5 4-acre parcels, you're putting a registration on all 5. And if somebody comes in to make an application for a permit all of a sudden, you're catching that. But to get administration to confirm and, figure out what's the easiest way, as Councillor Funk had mentioned, to ensure that we're, hitting the targets, obviously that'll need to be part of the investigation that you do. But yeah, it's such a unique opportunity for the residents to unlock their own value of their own land. And I'm a big proponent for land rights. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, the way I understand this is, I guess it's the tax implication. Like if you have a 4-acre acreage and you want to divide it into 4, you're going to quadruple your taxes, right? Even though, and you're just dividing it into 4, and it's tied back to as these acreages evolve or develop into additional density, because they're existing acreages, it's not like a developer. A developer gives an area structure plan. The area structure plan defines the roads, defines the lots, right? Then all the land gets subdivided into the lots, they build on it, and they sell it. And it's all a continual process, a couple of years. Where if you're an acreage owner and you have 4 acres and you split it into 4, you're just splitting into the 4. You're still living on the same acreage or whatever, and you may have it split for 4 for 10 years. And then 10 years or 5 years from now, you may decide to sell one of them, right? And I think the question really is there a way that we can, remove the disincentive of subdividing the lot for those acreage owners so they can subdivide, and basically now they own a lot with their primary residence, and they own, adjacent lots to them, but they're not paying a separate tax rate because nothing's changed for them. And I think that's what we're trying to get at. So it's the taxation process as opposed to the growth and development process. Also, as these people do this, if I recall our earlier discussions with like the East acreages, each of the owners that wants to develop has to submit a plan to the city of how many lots they want to divide, because the roads, all of the infrastructure has to be taken into consideration. So it's how does that process move forward and allow them to remove the disincentive to subdivide by holding their taxes at the same level until something actually triggers. It's kind of like pre-approval of subdividing. The moment that they subdivided and they sold it to somebody else, then that piece of land has an entirely different designation because it'll be somebody else's primary residence.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a great point. Taxes was the other big point. Exactly, subdividing something into 4 and all of a sudden having your taxes increase 4 times would be challenging. But let's. Is there any other comments, or we can move forward? So the motion, I think, Callan, in relation to the motion, I just wanted to get council to comment on wordsmithing. One of the things I want to suggest for the very end of that motion is that the focus is on tax implications and subdivision costs. Sure, supplementary is fine. Yeah, there could be more than just subdivision. Councillor Hanley? Your mic.
Perhaps adding to it, removing the disincentive, or the tax disincentive for gradual increases in density.
True. Sure. Are there any other wordsmithing that council would like to mention? Councillor Dean?
I guess I have two questions. One has to do with, is this not what we're already doing with the work that staff have been doing with East Acreages? And there's already that process that's kind of moving forward, that's been presented, that we've been looking at, that we've been exploring. So maybe I could be completely misunderstanding, so I'm willing to admit that. My second point then sorry, maybe I'll leave that one first and I'll come back to my second.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the East Acreages, no, we're just looking at the concept of gradual density there, allowing them to unlock their value, but not, we have not gone into the tax, any ways of encouraging that development through delaying subdivision costs, delaying additional taxation. So that's part of the steps that we want to look into, and not just them, but for the rest of landowners as well. Councillor Dean?
And thank you. And so then, if we're delaying, could it be interpreted then that others are supplementing, like other residents are supplementing that cost in a way because that cost is being delayed? Or we're saying that that's not happening because we would be collecting that money later?
Yeah, so they're still paying the cost that they're current, like say today they're paying that cost today that they're paying. Yeah. They get this subdivision approval, and nothing can change on it. They can't build on it or sell it. As soon as they sell it or build on it, the city gets paid. Is the suggestion. This still has to be decided by council. But, and so they're still paying until something actual changes that unlocks the actual value, or that actually transmits value rather. Of somebody applying for a building permit, somebody selling the property. As soon as dollars are transacted, the point is the city needs to get paid at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dean?
Sorry, then in regards to this wordsmithing, I'm wondering about the idea then that motion, that council is directing administration to investigate opportunities for subdivision of lots with a focus on tax incentives and supplementary costs. And the reason I'm suggesting that is I'm wondering if the tax disincentives, not even that I disagree with you, but perhaps that is a interpretation of what it is, right? When really what we're trying to do, what it sounds like to me, that what we want to explore is, can we create incentives for people who want to subdivide as opposed to barriers? And so I'm wondering if taking more of a slight towards, we're creating incentives, we're here to help you, we want to do that, as opposed to the interpretation of disincentive. I'm just wondering if that might be a different way to approach this. Thank you.
No, that's good points. It wouldn't be, Callan, it's not removing, because it always stays. It's just repositioning. Deferring, sure, yes. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Sorry, and thank you. And this is also specific for acreages then?
It is.
So instead of lots, my bad, I said lots, that was bad job, Councillor Dean. Should be subdivision of acreages, is that correct?
Yeah, it's not meant for the development community.
Yeah.
Which that distinction needs to be brought back in part of the investigation that administration will be doing. You have to be careful that we're not legally crisscrossing things here. Focus on tax incentives to bring so many costs to unlock value in lots of. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, similar to the last motion, we should put a timeline on this, and when do they get back to us?
When do you think that this review could be done, or at least the first stages of it? It's kind of a joint effort between planning and development and ledge.
Yeah, for sure. I would say I'd have to take this back and talk to our development services team in regards to the processes. I think that's really what we want to look at is the
Yeah,
processes.
you'll need legal advice as well. And then, of course, the various policies and bylaws that we have, just to ensure that there's very clear rules we have to follow in this one. You'll just need that. And it's okay to take multiple steps. Come back to council at different times. That's
Yeah,
that's what-
I would say maybe we can come back to council at the end of April with an update.
Okay.
And then if we're ready to roll at the end of April, then we'll continue with that. Otherwise, if it's a staged approach, then we'll give you an update in April and we may have to finish it in May.
Excellent. Councillor Dean?
Given that, then I know I was someone who suggested this word. Maybe it should be tax implications as opposed to incentives. And I wonder if that just opens the door for, as they're doing that exploration, to explore all impacts on taxes for those residents. So I would just be recommending that we change incentives to implications.
Good point. Good point. Councillor, are there any other comments in relation to the wordsmithing of this potential motion? Councillor Funk?
More of a question at this point. Is it only tax incentives, or are we also looking at the fee structures that we're charging?
I think we're trying to catch all fees and subdivision costs and whatnot under supplementary costs.
Okay. 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 Yeah.
That's my interpretation of it, though.
Okay.
If you're comfortable with that, that's fine. If you're not, we can amend this.
As long as that's the understanding, I think that's okay then. Yep.
Okay. All right. If I could get one of the councillors to read in the motion. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council directs administration to investigate opportunities for subdivision of acreages with a focus on tax implications and deferring supplementary costs and return to council no later than the end of April 2023.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to that motion? Just to confirm, City Director Travis, are you comfortable with the wording there, or would you prefer us to add in specifically for an update?
Yeah, I would agree. I would think that an update at the end of April, and then if that update turns into a full-on presentation, if we are able to get that work done by that time, then we can just come to presentation with that. But at least update will just give us the flexibility in case we need more time.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Council, are there any other comments in relation to this motion? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Good discussion. Okay, so the other point that I want to jump to is on page 30 to 31 of our package, which is taxes on vacant lands. And bylaw 011-19. And so the discussion on this is to separate. Now, there may be more than two classes of vacant lands, but vacant lots, sorry. I'm just going to simply talk about two classes, but administration may want to correct this. Is that there's a difference between vacant land that's in a development, and it's very specific that you don't want vacant lots that are in developments because you end up getting sometimes the opportunity for speculation, and that doesn't help the development of that community when you're holding vacant lots, trying to wait. And so typically, I believe, Travis is gone. I believe that we have a 2-year maximum. I don't know if you'd know this, but a 2-year maximum on our vacant lots within a subdivision.
Correction is 3 years.
Oh, it's 3 years. Okay. Yeah, that's a long time. I was going to say it should be 18 months, but okay. Inside a subdivision, that rule is important because speculation on land can really damage subdivision, on lots rather. The other side of this is conversation within lands that are in Chestermere that there's a number of lots that are surprising. Sometimes they don't look like they're two lots, but they've been landscaped and whatnot that they actually are two lots. And so we have, I believe there's around 30 or 35 in Chestermere that have this situation. And one of the things we're looking at is there's two ways to do this. Is either to keep the previous administration, a couple administrations possibly ago, had changed the bylaw on this so that they were going after developers and ensure that that speculation doesn't occur, and they increased the mill rate for these vacant lots. And what got caught in that was these other vacant lots that were not developer vacant lots. They were lots that were part of people's houses. And we're not talking about like if you have a vacant lot somewhere through Chestermere or on the lake or something like that. It's only talking about vacant lots that are beside people's homes, that are landscaped or something like that. And some of these and really that's the differential between the two. Speculating and just grabbing a house and tearing it down and that's a vacant lot. No, that needs to stay at a standard tax rate. But what got caught in this bylaw was that lots that were over that had been sitting for say 30 years or 20 years that are part of people's landscaping or their houses got caught in this bylaw that was meant for developers. That was if they were over, I thought it was 2 years in the bylaw when I read it, but maybe it's 3. That their mill rate changed, and these people do have an option. They can reverse subdivide. They can bring the lots back together, and that's obviously an option that we can force them to do. The question is, do we want to be in a situation where we force people to do something to accomplish what they've got? And then the other side of it is it does substantially change their tax rate. So if they want to keep that vacant lot, it's actually better for the city because we charge more taxes than we would. We charge an education tax as well for that lot. So there's from what we've heard from the residents that got caught in this, we've heard that they're willing to pay the same mill rate that normal house lot owners are paying. They're just upset of the increase to be attached to what the penalty is for the developers having vacant lots rather. Sorry. And so that's kind of the summary on it. And the intent is to have again staff look into the specific situations and then come back to council with commentary around that. But at this point, I'm just looking for council to, if they have any comments in relation to this, to just allow us to frame it a little bit better for staff. If there's any comments. Councillor Funk?
More of a question at this point. Assessments are done based on market value. So a market value of a vacant property without a house would still be market value of that house. The only tax implication would be once the mill rate is applied to it, if there's a different mill rate for a vacant lot. So with the different mill rates, I'd be interested to see what the actual difference in cost is on the taxes on a vacant lot in this situation versus a developer vacant lot, if we were to be able to create two or segregate the two, and what that would do, what the value difference would be.
I don't know if we have it here. But you're correct. The assessment is what the assessment is. That doesn't change. What changed is they changed the mill rate on that. They went from, like, I believe it's, well, I'm quoting our reducted mill rate that we're coming forward with of 0.4, and the mill rate on theirs was 0.75 or something like that. So it's substantial, and it's not quite double, but it's substantial difference. For people that have had these lots for 30 years or something like that, and I think that wasn't the initial intent of the, and we can push them that they should subdivide it and reverse it, but again, part of the comment was, why are we penalizing these people? If it's not if they're not selling it or something. And again, it's been that way for obviously a long time as well. But this is up for staff to look into and for council to, of course, debate. But that's kind of the idea around it. The economic driver from a developer's perspective, yes, you want to keep your foot on the pedal there. You don't want them to have vacant lots and speculate and all this kind of stuff. You don't want that at all because that really hurts the development. But in existing communities where they've got a big yard that got lots of trees on it or something, it can't be, it has to follow all the rest of the bylaws. It can't be a messy yard or something. But And that's, yeah, so it's just something that we've had some residents that wanted us to bring that to the table, and it's worth talking about, and just see what councillors' thoughts are. Are there any other comments or thoughts in relation to the issue, or comment on the table? Topic on the table? Councillor Hanley?
Is this better served by something under the development agreement or a penalty for developers? If when they, start subdivide their land, sell their lots or whatever, if they fail to build on it within the given time frame, right? Can it not be a penalty to them that the city collects? Because they pay us up front for liabilities. If they fail to do the landscaping, when they fail to do this, they fail to do that, they have to put security deposits. And then it could be withheld back from them if they've not met the terms. So then we're not, because it seems almost like we've done this through the taxation process, where maybe it should be considered to be done through a different process to ensure that developers do not leave vacant lots or come in, start a development, right, and then walk away with a whole bunch of lots and stuff that are left over.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that the developer, or they sell to a speculator, is what ends up happening. And they're just hoping for because the lands do increase substantially once the community's finished. And that would be something I think that administration will come back to us as to propose certain recommendations as to how do we handle this. Because you're right. You do have to figure out how to separate the two. And as you mentioned, development agreements are probably a great way to do that. But that can be part of the recommendation from staff to do that. But it is a good distinction, though. So, are there any more comments or points on the matter? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I think I'm just at the same spot as I was with the previous discussion that we were having under point number 3, I believe it was. I think this is something where we'd want a full presentation again from staff, right? Be able to get all the information pertinent, and then be able to make a decision from there.
I agree.
Great points, Councillor Dean. So just looking at the motion that we're considering, just wordsmithing here. So motion the council direct administration to investigate amending policy 450, being the taxation of vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands policy, and return to council with an update no later than. I'm just wondering, Callan, sorry, if we should have something in there about, investigate amending the policy, investigate. It's not so much amending the policy; it's investigating the implications of amendments to policy 450. Around the taxation of vacant residential. Councillor Henley?
Yeah, I would suggest that something about investigate the implications of the purpose and the processes involved for policy 450. Right, because are we trying to attain a certain goal, which is the purpose, and are we doing it the right way, which is becomes the process.
Yep. Process of policy 450 being the taxation of vacant. You may want to say about being with a focus around how do you say this, older vacant lots, non-developer vacant lots. Councillor Funk?
Would this somewhat maybe come down to what the purpose or use of the land is? developer vacant lots are typically lots within a subdivision that are just not developed, whereas individuals owning an extra lot beside their house, the use is for recreation or larger land for personal use versus profit. So I don't know if there's a way to throw in a use or a distinction that way.
Well, it could be a focus of a focus of vacant land adjacent to existing homes, existing.
Especially when the homeowner is the same person
Yeah,
that
yeah,
owns
with
the
the
land
same
versus
owner.
somebody that owns a piece of property that's owned it for years with no adjoining land.
With the focus of an adjacent lot to the same homeowner, to the same focus on an adjacent lot to the same property owner. Of a property owner of a residence, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was going to say the same resident property owner, because couldn't you get involved in a corporation coming in,
right, yeah.
buying, a whole street of houses from a developer, right? So it's the same owner on adjacent lots, and you don't want that loophole in there.
And so after owner, Callan, if you could put and with a clear distinction between developer lots. Council, what's your thoughts on the wordsmithing on this? Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, through the chair. Now, because it's with respect to the same property owner, I'm just wondering how many properties should there be that we're talking about. Maybe that's something also that can be looked into. Doesn't even have to be necessarily part of this. And I'm just wondering if it's really worth all the work if you're only talking a handful of properties.
No, it would be good for us to know the total number. My understanding is it's around 30, but council or administration should confirm that, though.
Thank you.
So how would we put that in? No. Councillor Hanley?
Whether the clear distinction between developmented or developing lands and existing urban residential. Because really you're talking about where developers are, not the rest of the city that's already been developed, it's already urban.
Yeah, well, at this point, again, we're just asking administration to look into this. So really, the refinement of that will happen as it comes to council. So I think what you've said here looks pretty good, unless council has some other ideas on how it should look. All right, if I can get a motion or if I can get a councillor to proceed with this motion, where it's presented. Councillor Funk?
Make a motion that council direct administration to investigate the implications of purpose and process of policy 450, being the taxation of vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands with a focus on adjacent lots to the same residential property owner, and a clear distinction between developing lands and pre-existing residential lots, and return to council with an update no later than
as we keep adding all these items, I'm trying to brainstorm as to the resources and timing. So, do we need to specify a certain date and just say that we can come back to council? I mean, we could say, yeah, we could say,
It is an update, so it can be staged as well. I know you guys are busy.
well, I'm also wondering, is it just CGI here, or is it also in conjunction with Callan and Legislative Services? So I
Would be
think there's,
both, yeah.
yeah, so we could put an update as to the progress still the end of April.
Sure.
What that progress looks like, but at least I don't know, but at least we can come back to council with some sort of update that it's moving along. So
Sure, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Blaine. Do you wish to read the entire motion, sorry, into the record again? Sure. Councillor Hanley, just a moment.
Can I make a suggestion? Implications of the purpose and processes? Because I know when he read it out loud, it was.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that council direct administration to investigate the implications of the purpose and processes of policy number 450, being the taxation of vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands with a focus on adjacent lots to the same residential property owner and a clear distinction between developing lands and pre-existing residential lots, and return to council with an update no later than the end of April 2023.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, 10:15. Like a recess? Okay. All right. If I could just request a quick recess for say 15 minutes. It's 10:15, so we'll come back at 10:30. Thank you, everyone. Great, thanks everyone for your patience. We're just coming back to our council meeting. We're just on section G of our agenda, council discussion. I just wanted to better introduce, I guess, what we're trying today is just a council discussion, a round table around some topics, and then if council wishes, these topics would then move on to asking administration to investigate more information for us and come back. So it's not really doesn't really following a form and process. It's just to have general discussions about items that council would bring forward in relation to City of Chestermere and residents. So the next item on the table, and thanks again for all the participation by council. The next item on the table, number 4, is discussions around the animal control bylaw. We've had a number of inquiries in relation to us looking at changing our animal control bylaw in allowing a different species, I guess, of animals into Chestermere. And really the idea that we were looking at is focusing around some of the changes that some of the other municipalities have made, City of Calgary, Okotoks, for example, and Airdrie. And we're just looking at the idea of looking at the various animals, I guess, that are now becoming more pets and whatnot that some residents are interested in having, and having a general discussion around that. And then again, as I indicated, if there's uptake on that or interest, then we would request staff to look into that between the different municipalities, what they've done already, as well as what some of the residents have brought forward that they would prefer to have as pets. So just to start that off with council, just to get your thoughts on different animals in Chestermere and the idea around that. So if I can get some of council to give me their thoughts on the matter. Don't all jump at once. Councillor Hanley?
I think it's a worthwhile effort to do a comparison of our animal control bylaw versus surrounding municipalities. Like, I believe Calgary actually allows chickens now. There's other things I noticed within our bylaw. In the beginning, it actually disallows pigs. And then in section 21, it says anybody who owns a potbelly pig is exempt from this bylaw, which sort of like doesn't make sense. So it's just probably time to do a review and clean it up and make sure we're consistent with other municipalities.
No, exactly. I heard that Camp Chestermere is looking at having ducks and chickens and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's I might know a guy there, and to have a possibility of looking at a bit of a petting zoo type of idea. Camp Chestermere used to have one back in the day. Yeah, so Camp Chestermere used to have what was called zoo creature, or feature creature. Sorry, used to have something called feature creature. This was a long time ago. Camp Chestermere would certainly support this idea.
That's exciting. Yeah, no, it's an interesting concept. I understand that Calgary doesn't allow, I don't know entirely the rules around it, but I understand they don't allow a lot of the roosters to wake everybody up at the crack of dawn. But what's your thoughts on this, Councillor Foat?
I have no objection to chickens and things like that. Like Calgary has them and stuff like that. We already have some chickens up on acreages up in the north part of Paradise Meadows up there. Mm-hmm. There's already some up there. But I think that within reason, like dogs, we have a bylaw. I think it's 3 is the maximum that we can have of dogs in town. And why not have some of the other farmyard animals around?
Well, we've seen with COVID, of course, coming through, we saw a lot of, I'm not sure what they call them, but COVID friends or something, where a lot of people had connected with a lot of different animals. Of course, dogs and cats were probably the top of the list, but there was some different ones that became quite popular. So if council has any other comments in relation to this matter, I definitely hear them. Otherwise, if we'd like to move forward with a motion, the motion that's being on the table, or motion that's being presented, is on your screens. Does council see that motion as working, or is there any wordsmithing that council would recommend? And it reads, motion that Councillor Dean, go ahead.
I'd like to add goats. So ducks, chickens, goats, and pigs.
Baby goat.
Specifically baby goats.
Councillor Hanley?
I would suggest research on instead of creating, amending what do you call this one?
This is
Bylaw 018-14,
14.
which is the animal control bylaw.
Okay. Councillor, are there any other amendments that you'd like to see in relation to this motion before it's presented?
I think it's really wise that we're taking a look at this. We already are declared a bee city,
It's true, bees.
and so I'm waiting for rabbits next.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, to begin research, I would suggest begin a review and comparative analysis for amending a livestock bylaw.
Sure, so begin research and review
Yeah.
and comparative analysis? Mm-hmm. Okay. Callan, if you could add that. Review and comparative analysis. Now, you might want to include other municipalities in that motion. Other local municipalities or
Other
neighboring municipalities? So maybe comparative analysis with neighboring municipalities, comma, on amending a livestock bylaw.
With in reference to the bylaw, the motion rather, we don't have a livestock bylaw as now. We just have an animal control one. So, so we can't really amend a bylaw that doesn't necessarily exist. So the creating would probably be more accurate.
Sure, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. Nevertheless, wouldn't we be amending this bylaw, which is our animal control bylaw, because it's what describes what you're allowed to have within city limits.
Legislative Services fears that at that point, adding all these rules and restrictions around livestock animals would just change the original intent of the animal control bylaw to such a degree that it would be basically a new bylaw as is. So the creation of a new bylaw with focus on more unconventional or farm animals would be probably be better than just amending a bylaw.
So, Callan, should we say analysis on amending or creating a livestock bylaw?
I would suggest that we say amend the animal control bylaw and look into creating a livestock bylaw.
Excellent. Callan, after the word analysis, as soon as you're done with your additions, sorry. After the word analysis, if you could add with neighboring municipalities. That doesn't sound quite right, but that's roughly what it is. With neighboring municipalities on amending, that's not quite the right way to say that. How would you say that better?
For the purposes of amending.
For the purposes, yes. Of amending, yeah. Excellent. Councillor, are there any other wordsmithing that you'd like to see there? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I would suggest we take out the word "and" before pigs, and then add the word "and" after goats, and other possible livestock.
And others, yeah.
Because there might be, right?
Yep. Pigs, goats, and others. Okay, are there any other wordsmiths that you'd like to add to this? Any other additions? All right, if I can get one of the councillors to read forward the motion. Pardon me? Okay, that's true. We'll do that right the first time here. This would come through, what department would this be in? This would be in Cam's department? Bylaws? So what's your thoughts on that, City Director Cam, in relation to timing? And it can be an update as well.
We can do it for the end of April.
Okay, in addition to administering, bring back recommendations for council's consideration. Okay, so, Callan, do you want to add, as you did before, on or before the end of April? Or by the end of April? No later than the end of April? Okay. Thank you. Councillor, are there any other additions that you'd like to see to this motion before it's read? Okay, if I can get one of the councillors to read the motion. Councillor Dean?
Motion of the Council Direct Administration to begin research, review, and comparative analysis with neighboring municipalities for the purpose of amending the animal control bylaw and potentially creating a livestock bylaw that includes ducks, chickens, pigs, goats, and other applicable livestock. In addition, the administration to bring back recommendations for Council's consideration no later than the end of April 2023.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments in relation to that motion? All right, all in favor?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Because of the question that was asked before, because this could have a direct impact on the organization I run, should I vote?
I don't think it's a financial
I
implication.
don't think so. Well, unless we start to charge for people to come to the petting zoo,
Not sure if that affects it today.
giving away trade secrets.
We could ask
I guess I would ask Ledge Services if I should. I just don't want there to be a perceived conflict of interest, and I'm starting to wonder if there is a perceived conflict of interest given the fact that my organization was named during this presentation.
At this point, it's just to research it. So at this point, I would recommend that, yes, you do vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just call that again. So all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, moving on to item number 5, which is a general discussion around underground, putting power lines that are above ground underground. So underground power lines in residential areas, specifically looking at areas such as East Chestermere Drive, Rainbow Road, West Chestermere Drive, and possibly other areas in town where power lines are still remaining above ground. And there's a few ways for council to look into this, which again, administration will bring forward as to how the funding of these things could happen. They can happen through grants. They can happen through a LIT program, which is a land improvement tax program that's partially shared by the residents themselves that are in the particular area getting the upgrades. And so there's a lot of options available that we can have brought to us before we would make any obvious decisions. But the idea is gradually improving the districts in and around Chestermere to today's standards. Councillor Fote?
I think it is a good idea to get our pipelines buried. I know specifically the one along Chestermere Boulevard there by the rec center. They buried part of it out by the Synergy side, but they should have just kept on coming right to the corner because there's so many poles and whatever. It kind of looks a little drab there.
Yeah, that's an area that we're starting to and starting to now commonly call the West Creek Village. I think we're starting to look at that, but yeah, it has a number of power poles and power lines all over the place that we should be looking at cleaning up and repairing. There also is one on Rainbow Road that, again, when they're looking, the best time to do these things is when you're building roads and construction, so the conduit can go in the ground. So when that parts of this should be done possibly timely if council's agreeing to it once staff comes back to us about these areas. And that's the least expensive time to do it when there is road construction. That's for a long distance like that. So that's a good point, Councillor Fote. Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments in relation to these above ground power lines that we've seen around Chestermere? What's your thoughts, Councillor Funk?
I don't have any problem looking into this from a as we develop certain areas and stuff. It's from the aesthetics down to utilization stuff. Less chance of damage if they're underground, just from people moving stuff or somebody hitting a pole. Less, it's a safety factor. There's a lot of positives to it. I like the idea of utilizing the LIT programs and or looking for grants. LIT programs are fairly easy. Going around to residents looking for, I believe there's a percentage of residents that have to agree before you move forward. So it's based on user or residential input and desire. So I agree with moving forward with it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, most of the time, again, if you've got a road that's being built, obviously you could lay the conduit as it's being built, so that's easy. The way that this would be done in other neighborhoods where there is no road construction, you're typically looking at like a horizontal drilling where you're going to drill through the conduit, and then they would drag through the power line, the cabling. So it's not intrusive in the sense of you're digging up in front of everybody's homes. You still have to make pits at certain distances that allow the machinery to get in the pit and then drill sideways. And then it's something that as small cities grow, these things happen. You've had these above ground power lines were the cheapest way to do things. Obviously, we don't do that anymore for any new developments. It's not as aesthetically pleasing and not as safe, but it is something that can be on the radar for Chestermere to look into various upgrades on various roads. Councillor Funk?
I know there's also a lot of maintenance costs and stuff with power lines and trees and whatnot. Having to manage growth and whatnot. I don't know what the cost of that is. I'm sure Director Cam would have some idea eventually that he could put together, but there is maintenance costs of above ground power lines.
Yeah, they definitely do impact residents' trees because the power company does come along and clear cut them or open them up, which is obviously sometimes frustrating to those residents. And so moving to this point of putting things underground, is I think is a normal step as cities move and grow. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree that we should have a long-range plan for these things, that we should seek the grant funding if at all possible, but at least have sort of an analysis and an estimate and have them in that 35-year plan of all the capital projects and on a priority basis start addressing them one at a time as opposed to leaving them in limbo forever, because I think the problem will just it will continue to erode. Like the maintenance costs will start to increase. There'll be a number of other problems that's associated with it. Probably would be useful too, and I would suspect there may be some implications to the homeowners when it's actually buried underground. If they're coming off the line, then there's probably a cost related back to the homeowners to reconnect to the new location. So I think it's only fair to let people have an idea of what that's going to be, as well as some sort of time frame down the road of eventually when we're anticipating that it may or may not be done, and whether they're entitled to any grants as well to support that, because it's dealing with the environment and the aesthetics of the community.
Yeah, and you eliminate the issue of any downed power lines. There's no such thing as a storm taking out the power line anymore, which is kind of nice. I noticed, Shannon, Councillor Dean, in Camp Chestermere, you have a power line that goes through there by the water.
Like above?
Yeah, I was just looking at the picture. There's a power line that goes by, I can actually show you, maybe, that goes by your property there.
It's kind of like a safety sign. You eventually just get used to it.
Just looking at on your screens there, if you guys can see this, or you can't see this. No, I shared it, but it's not on your screen. There it is. Just that one that's by your beach there. Not that you're probably having too much heavy equipment that's driving around there, but that's going to hit that. But it does happen, of course, with any of the renovations that happen at a lot of houses.
I get a lightning strike on that.
City Director Travis?
When we talk to or think about the funding opportunities, I have worked with utility companies in the past as well. There are times when they have their rebuild programs after any upgrades that are required. So it's prudent that we reach out to these, utility owners, right? It's their infrastructure. They may have a pole replacement program. They may have to swap out some transformers and whatnot. So understanding what their program looks like, depending on the areas that we think that we could upgrade, would be beneficial for us to touch base with them, because there could be other cost sharing opportunities if there's replacement programs planned.
No, that's a good point. And definitely, as mentioned earlier, this would involve public sessions with the public, and that we be reaching out and holding either open houses or getting their feedback, as if there is something they're interested in. And as City Director Travis mentioned, part of this investigation is obviously talking with the owners of the power lines and ensuring that the proper review is done as to what is required when you do make these changes. So that is obviously key. Can I'm just trying to, I stopped sharing, but I think you guys have me on sharing. Maybe I'll try again here. There we go. That worked. Sorry. Okay, so we've got a motion. If there's any other comments by council, we've got a motion that if we could look at wordsmithing, indicating that the motion that council direct administration to investigate the development of a land, whoops, that's the wrong motion. No, that's the right motion, of a land improvement tax bylaw or possible grants available for underground power lines for East Chestermere Drive, West Chestermere Drive, and Rainbow Road. So part of this, we've got staff needs to look at where these power lines are in key areas of the city that are above ground. So we need to kind of comment on that. Direct administration to investigate the development of, so the land improvement tax is definitely part of it. So they can definitely look into that. Grants as well. And it's really, as Councillor Dean had mentioned earlier, the investigation into the whole situation, which is talking to the power company and involving the public, and then coming back to council and really just letting us know the ideas and implications of that, and then the steps forward. So how do we want to say that best, council? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would. I'm not sure investigate is the right word. I would probably suggest we, instruct administration to develop a long-range plan for the migration of overground power lines to underground power lines, with the appropriate owners and municipalities and funding be resulting or funding considerations of land improvement tax or grants or other cost-sharing initiatives.
Okay, let's see if we can reword this here. A long-term plan for converting above land power lines to underground power lines. Do you want to say after that with specific or with specific consideration with owners of lands, owners of infrastructure, and any other parties involved? Councillor Funk?
Maybe a part of it is identifying all the
Yeah.
possible owners
Exactly.
that have a stake or stake owners.
Yeah, it'd be property owners, utility companies, and other impacted parties. Or affected parties, or interested parties. Councillor, what's your thoughts of the changes that have been amended to the motion? Councillor Hanley?
It grants land improvement bylaws, cost-sharing opportunities, because the owners will have a program to eventually replace their pole lines, things like that.
Any other comments in relation to the wordsmithing? That's correct. We need to make sure we have a date on there. And again, that can go in updates as well, because it'll come gradually. It's not a small project. So steps, it'll be just a gradual feedback of steps, things that we've encountered, or what you've encountered rather. City Director Travis, do you believe that that would fall under your department? Or a mixture of CAMs? CAMs.
Yeah, I think it'll be both of us coordinating. Yep.
Okay. Would you be comfortable with, it's going to take a little bit to get hearing back from the utility companies. I'm sure that won't happen quickly. Especially if they want to analyze anything. That'll definitely take some time.
I think maybe for when we can return to council, you can probably put on there as City Director Cam mentioned to me just now, maybe at the end of Q2, we can come back with an update.
Okay. So that'd be the end of June. Sorry, the end of May. No, it's June. Yeah. Sorry, I'm messing that up. Okay, if I could get one of, sorry, is your comment?
No, you just
Okay, if I could get one of the councillors to read the motion into the record. Councillor Funk?
You can read. Motion that council direct administration to develop a long-term plan for converting above-land power lines to underground power lines with consideration of property owners, utility companies, and other impacted parties, as well as all associated costs with the conversion and possible revenue sources, i.e. grants, land improvement bylaws, cost-sharing opportunities, and provide an update to council by the end of June 2023.
Good. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. All opposed? Thank you. Carried. Okay. All right, so moving on to the next topic, which is really topics 6 and 9 are included in the same conversation. We can't separate two motions, though. They are separate in that sense. So what we're looking at having a conversation about is the Master Transportation Plan amendments to include pathway systems throughout Chestermere, specifically major pathways. For example, along Rainbow Road as the twinning occurs, and along the east side, as well as along possibly the canal pathway and along 284 Township Road 284. Range Road 284, sorry. And then further to that is to look into a new main road planning. Now that's not clear, but what I'm talking about is in some of our conversations we've had just as of recent in the CMRB, which is a meeting that happens between the mayors and our city directors. There's been some really exciting developments that have happened with some of the cities close to home as well as across Canada that they've been able to achieve from the federal government as well as provincial some significant dollars related to transportation and the general infrastructure. And so I believe it was Edmonton just received $400 million, and then Winnipeg just received $350, I believe, and then of course Toronto received $10 billion, so it's a little bit uneven there. But the point is that one of the things that we're looking at considering is adjusting Chestermere's planning that as to build some main roads first, and make sure that we've got these major roads that move traffic around, and then development occurs while that road is already built. And so that's always challenging for a growing city because they do cost significant dollars. You can get grants, but you can only get so much. But this new program that they've been pushing out, they did a presentation to us, and so we're looking into working with their consultant specifically that was doing the presentation, and looking at some of these discussions around major pathways and also new main roads that would go, for example, on different sides of the cities and movement, and that they be built, for example, 4-lane roads instead of building a 2-lane road. Do these things up front rather than them taking 20, 30 years for them to happen. And so the other conversation that I'm talking about when I say major pathways, one of the things that we're also looking at in relation to movement around Chestermere is the kind of the feel of the small resort town and trying to allow the possibility of golf carts. And golf carts has been a bit of a challenge because they're a bit slower for them to be on the main road as our off-highway vehicles are. And it's not that some golf carts can't go fast. Some of them can, but I don't know if that's entirely the best way, and that's up for debate for sure. So some of the pathways we're looking at is basically a wider pathway, and it allows for the ability to have something like a golf cart or your standard little scooters that some of our retirees have, and addition of bicycles, of course, and walking. And we're in discussion with some of the developers as well to connect pathways along Chestermere Boulevard from West Chestermere Drive all the way to 284, so that we have that connectivity off of the highway, which is 284 is it goes West Chestermere Drive, and then it goes to Rainbow Road, and then the last intersection as you head back to Calgary is 284. And so one of our developers is building a seniors villa development, and so that development they're looking at having pathway that might come all the way to the rec center. And so we're looking at trying to support that initiative as well as other initiatives that support major pathways for movement around town. So if I could just open that up to council to have their thoughts on the matter. Councillor Fote?
Would we be trying to connect like Rainbow Road that comes right along Chestermere Boulevard all the way down there to the basically to the Tim Hortons corner there? Like there's sections of it now, but we could connect all that together. Then there'd be a loop that people could travel around to the north side there.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, a great idea. Pushing pathways that connect so that people can do loops, I guess, throughout Chestermere. And we have a really unique feature in Chestermere, which is our canal systems, which allow people to ride where there's no cars. The canal system goes to Calgary currently. The paved system goes to Calgary along the canal. And we've had some discussion with Rocky View about Langdon and connecting a pathway along the canal to Delmead Lake, and then a connection from Delmead Lake up to Langdon. And that would be possibly a joint initiative there. But there is, again, these grant dollars that are available for these kinds of projects. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind and it's top of mind, as well as while we're doing major projects like the twinning of Rainbow Road. While you've got large equipment in there, it might be easier for us to do asphalt pathways of a larger size rather than just a small concrete pathway. And so that's something that we're just wanting to talk about and recommend that we look into more mobility, and rather than a lot of times what cities end up doing is taking away lane space and making that into a bike lane or making that into some kind of a non-car lane, and that affects the design of whatever the reasons for the road was in the first place. So we want to try and get ahead of that and bring in this connectivity for walkability of our residents early. And I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea to get it away from the road. So it's not beside cars and trucks that are doing their thing, and to get it to have a bit of a distance if possible away from it, which we're pretty lucky on Chestermere Boulevard, that the ditches and whatnot are very wide. So in the planning of that, we're just looking into seeing if we can have a larger pathway that would handle that kind of width, similar to a full car lane. So it'd be around 10 feet, 8 to 10 feet anyways. So yeah, just Councillor Funk.
This is something I've believed in for a very, very long time, is that cities historically, when you look at the growth of major cities, planning of roadways or major routes and whatnot have lacked. And you'll see even Calgary, Dallas, some of these major cities, as they've tried to do their ring roads, they wait way too long. So they end up being an afterthought to try and fulfill a need that was 20 years old. It would be good to have a master plan that's looking 30 years forward on projected growth numbers. That's whether or not you're building the road at that time, but you're acquiring the land that's going to be required for that 50-year or 100-year growth. Because after the fact, putting a 16th Avenue and trying to develop it through is a lot of money, as Calgary will probably tell you, to buy up a lot of land and houses and move people out of their homes. It's a political nightmare as well. So this planning, I think, is crucial at this stage of developing or acquiring land ahead of time, and not just for vehicles, but we're seeing a multitude of different types of transportation with the advent of electric bikes, scooters, and everything. People are looking for alternate ways to commute to work, whether it be train, bus, scooters, electric bikes, electric cars, and we don't know where things are going to go. So having those lanes available, I think, is crucial in our planning stage at this point.
Thanks, Blaine. Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, and through the chair. So since we're talking about pathways and accessibility, I do sit on the city's accessibility committee. So what I would request is once staff has prepared their report, if the report can be brought forward to the accessibility committee so that we can provide our feedback, and then that can be brought to council.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that during the report, while they're researching the report, that they touch base with the accessibility committee as well, so that they can have impact into the report itself while it's being created, which would be, I guess part of that master transportation plan protocols or amendments. City Director Travis.
Yeah, it's something we've identified in our transportation master plan scope that's happening right now. I would say there is a definite need for connectable communities. To Councillor Narayan's point of having accessibility, I would also say maybe one of the first steps in doing research on this is for maybe perhaps our GIS team to put a map together of the connected pathways or the pathway system that we have now, so that we can identify the gaps within Chestermere, and then we will definitely reach out to the accessibility committee and have that group as a stakeholder into this.
Councillor, are there any other comments? Councillor Dean?
A couple points. I believe either during our term or previous terms, that presentation's been done a couple of times, where it's like shows the interconnectivity of all of our pathways, and so perhaps we can just find those ones that have been done. I know that would have been obviously before your time, so I do believe that some of those presentations were already done. I have a growing concern during this. I think that there's a lot of very good ideas here and a lot that for us to do, but future, because I think that we have some. I'm just wondering, are we putting in too much at the moment when there's some other very high priority things that I think that we should be focusing on, some things that are going to be coming up later in the agenda, and I would just hate for us to see this is not questioning staff. This is not questioning their ability to get things done. I think we have a high-performing staff who get a lot done. And I think a lot of them are wired similar to me, where you say yes and then figure out how to get it all done. But I think part of our job with good governance is to ensure that we're assisting with that. I'm becoming a little bit concerned that we're adding too many tasks, and that could be a distraction from some of what I would consider very high priority things to get done, again, that are coming up later in the agenda. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. The one of the reasons why, excuse me, the pathways and the new roads is coming up in right now is that we're in the midst of putting together the scope on the master transportation plan. And so they're not cheap in the least to get those done. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we want to make sure it covers everything that we want to have in that, because we won't be doing another one for some time now. So I think I'd recommend that we continue with the amendments that we're suggesting, if council agrees, to the pathway systems and the idea around the new road, the new main road planning that CMRB has suggested that is available, grants and whatnot that are available for that. So, but taking into account our timing, we can definitely start to try and move forward quicker. And so, in relation to item number 6, we can move forward to a motion. And so, you've got the motion on the screen now that indicates that. Motion the council direct administration to investigate the development of a master transportation plan for a pathway system throughout Chestermere with a focus on Rainbow Road, Canal Pathway, and 284. So what would it be is it would be amending the scope of the master transportation plan, because it's already underway. And 284 is RR 284 in front.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It's RR Range Road, 284. We can do, should we include in this motion or a second motion? Because it is still the mass transportation plan about including a new main road planning. Do you recommend that we do a second motion? Do you recommend that could be included in this?
We should just do a second motion. Keep
Okay.
things clear.
Okay, Council, is there any wordsmithing in this that you would like to change? Seeing none? Okay, if I could get one of the, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, rather than for, to include pathway system. In addition, I would also say, include feedback from like the accessibility group.
To amend the scope. Okay, and then,
Through Chestermere with,
and to include, would that be in the beginning, but to include consultation with the accessibility committee?
or, yeah, in consultation with.
True, in consultation is good. Administration to amend the scope. Sure. Is there any other comments in relation to that motion? Councillor City Director. Travis?
You're soon gonna have to make me counselor. My only comment is I'm not sure if the term amend is appropriate because I believe there's still some component of the TMP to include active transit. So I'm just trying to clarify with my team here right now. But what you could say is to include the pathway systems within the transportation
Sure.
master transportation plan. So it's the TMP. It should be transportation master plan. That way, if we need to amend it at administration's discretion, we can do so. But there are components within the TMP right now that include active transit, which may encompass what we're trying to achieve here. So,
City Director Travis, do you believe it's important to make sure the scope includes a wider path system to allow for golf carts?
I think when we had done our workshop on the TMP,
Yep.
we've provided a lot of feedback to our consultant
Okay.
in regards to just what active transit means, right? Not just golf carts, but it could be wheelchair accessibility, strollers, bikes, cycles, you name it, right? So it's just creating wider paths. So we are looking at that as part of the TMP.
Okay.
Yep.
Sir, Callan, if we could add that to include wider pathways, the word wider. After include, yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. If I could get one of the councillors to read the motion. Councillor Hanley?
No, I think we're also missing, Travis indicated to take the word amend out.
Oh, I thought he did that.
I think you said to include within the master transportation plan?
Correct. If we decide we need to amend it.
Yeah, and transportation master plan, or, because it's TMP is the proper terminology.
So if you could put master after the word transportation? Perfect. All right, if I can get this motion read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Okay. Motion that council direct administration in consultation with the Accessibilities and Streetscape Advisory Committee to include within the Transportation Master Plan to include a wider pathway system throughout Chestermere with a focus on Rainbow Road, Chestermere Boulevard, East Side, Canal Pathway, and Range Road 284.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? All opposed? Carried, thank you. Okay, moving quickly through to number 7, which is the fencing upgrade. We've had some conversations about this over the past year. And what we are looking at is really for administration to look forward with some community consultation in regards to fencing that backs onto roadways and the upgrade of those fencing to a more permanent product, which is some of the new types of fencing. And again, looking into the what's available for grants as well as the LIT program, and then come back to council for that package, and then move out to the public for consultation. So, council, what's your thoughts in relation to some standardizing and upgrading some of the fencing that's along roadways with some of the new PVC type fencing that seems to last a long time, seems to last forever? Councillor Fote?
All in favor of upgrading some of our fences. They look very dilapidated. And I know the one on Rainbow Road there, they went and painted it here a few years ago, and you'd think it was never been painted. It just got that bad. But I like to see the idea of whether we use decket fence products or whether we just use chain link. I have no problem with either one.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely the new PVC technology and fencing is definitely improved, which I'm surprised at how actually good it lasts, but it seems to. Are there any other comments from council in relation to getting administration to look into this? Okay. Now the motion that's on the floor, that's on our screens right now, is a motion from council to direct City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure and Administration to investigate a land improvement tax bylaw for fencing upgrades throughout Chestermere. I think it would say Councillor Funk.
Are we only looking at land improvement tax, or are we also trying to identify who is responsible for the maintenance of these fences?
They can definitely look into that, as well as there's grants as well.
Yeah. So, because I know a lot of these were developer built fences onto major roadways, and I believe, and I could be very wrong, different communities have different requirements when it comes to developer fences as to who's responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of those fences. And I don't know right now who's.
Okay, so we can ask administration to look into that. Motion to council direct to investigate. What would you call that? Would you say to investigate ownership of fencing on roadways? Residential fencing on roadways? I guess it doesn't have to be residential, it could be commercial too. So just ownership of fencing on roadways as one item. And to research land improvement tax bylaw and other revenue sources for fencing upgrades throughout Chestermere. And then to come back to council. We also, when administration comes back to council, we want to also fully understand the process and how you intend on involving the public in relation to these fence, this would, in the relation to what would have, the people that would be affected. The residents that would be affected. Property owners. Councillor Hanley?
I would suggest the administration to investigate and to clarify the ownership of fencing on roadways.
Investigate and clarify. Yeah, sounds good. So this would probably, would this fall under just legislative services? Or a combination, combination again? When do you think the timing would make sense?
Are you just looking for us to investigate the ownership?
There's a few things here. So you're looking at where would these locations be? So there's a variety of roads that obviously have houses on them that have fencing that backs onto them. That so we would like you to come forward with what are the areas you're recommending throughout Chestermere, and then with those areas, as Councillor Funk mentioned, are there any specific different agreements or different ownership rules around who owns what in those areas when they're defined? And then from there, again, at the same time, looking into are there grants and the LIT program and other things that might positively or negatively affect the topic. Councillor Fote?
I'd also like to,
One more time. Yep.
I'd also like to have them look into the height restriction. I think our past city bylaw or whatever stated that you could only have a fence 6 feet high or 5 feet high, something like that. But I'd like it to try to be constant
Consistent.
through the whole city if we're going to do that. Yeah.
So city directors, do you believe that this review would May or
We'll take May.
end of May? That topic works, okay. With an update again, no later than the end of May. It'll take a couple of conversations with council on this for sure. Thank you. Are there any other comments in relation to this particular wording? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I would. I would like our city directors to have an opportunity to take a lot of this away and come back with a priority. Again, I'm looking ahead, and I think that. Do I think that some fences within our city could be improved? Absolutely. But again, there are some items coming up later in our agenda that I feel would take priority way over this, and I don't want anything to become a distraction from some of those higher priorities. And so I'm wondering how we can go about being able to prioritize some of these things. And I'm just concerned that we're doing a little bit of what is our overall plan with this? And I would like to see us as a council come out with an overall. These are all really good things. I'm not against these things. My voting no is not against because I don't think that these are good things. I'm just concerned about the amount of things that we are pushing through at one time, and I'd like to give our city directors some time to be able to prioritize and for them to show us their plan for accomplishing these tasks.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
If I can respond to that, that's why I think my understanding, that's why we put updates on a lot of these, and most of these is that we're just looking for updates for them to go back and identify what it's going to take and then provide us with more of a better timeline. Currently, I think they don't have much of an idea of how long it's going to take. So we're not looking to make motions or anything on those dates. I think we're looking for a preliminary update as to maybe this is a lot bigger project. Maybe there's things that we didn't identify. That was my understanding. So I don't I agree. We need to give them the tools and everything. So if this is going to be a larger project, part of that update could possibly be what kind of cost impacts or what kind of impacts to staffing it's going to take. Maybe we need to look at additional funds for a department, additional labor hours. It's not a bad discussion, I think, to have, but gives them then the opportunity to come back and say what kind of resources they need that we can provide, and maybe at that time we need to step back and identify priorities at that time, or provide them with the ability, whether it's labor hours or contractual funds, to go out and get things done like this.
Yeah, no, I think the thing that we're confusing a little bit here is we have directives that we will go through for sure, but the city continues to operate. So these are standard city things that need to be done, whether you're fixing and repairing and maintaining and whatnot. And council's job is to discuss things and bring things forward to city directors, and then to move forward with that. Councilors are definitely entitled to their opinions on things, but that's why we're going through this process, is to talk with city directors and talk with councilors as to what we're trying to do for residents, that residents live here today and residents are looking for these kinds of upgrades. City Director Travis?
I would think so. Out of these 10 discussion items, maybe taking in everyone's comments there, I think maybe the first step is identifying the funding, because each of these items, whether it's fencing, pathways, we went through all these that were like, how is this being funded? So maybe perhaps what we can do, Cam and I, is to step back and say, well, first, I think the first step is identifying the funding. And if there are no opportunities, because all these cost money, right? So if the funding is the very first step that we can achieve, then rather than wasting, for lack of a better term, reassigning all of our resources to accomplish all these 10 items, I think the very first step is to identify whether we have funding or not.
Yeah, when we're looking at, for example, the fencing upgrade, so that involves a lit program, which involves no revenue required for the city. Okay, it also involves grants, which means it's not required by the city again. So these things are things that residents need, and we start looking into them being required. Now, there is some planning and some time that city has to put together for these, but this has been something that we've been talking about for over a year now, and we've got to get this moving forward. So what I'd recommend is that we move forward with the motion, and then staff come back to us during that period and see how they would fit these things in. And then determine on our action list as to, the timing that's required for these things, and then keeping it top of mind and what staff can accomplish and what they can't accomplish, based on all those reasons that you mentioned as well. So, Councillor Dean?
Yes, sorry, thank you. Just to clarify, I guess I was dancing around a little bit, and so since it's been pointed out, I was not actually referring to the directives at all. I fully agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that whether there are directives or not, the city has to move forward. We have a city to run, and we have a fiduciary duty to do that. I was not actually referring to those, and so I guess what I would say is, for me right now, and I believe this whole council, I'm not speaking on behalf of council for me, but I also know that within our council, I would like to see us be as laser focused as we possibly can on school sites. And I want to get fencing done. I want the improvements done. I would love to see power lines going underground, and all of those sorts of things. I just want to make sure, and I guess I'm just expressing my concern. My concern is I just don't want any of this to do that. If I'm wrong, then I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong. I just want us to be super laser focused on making sure that we get these things done, because we've been speaking about it for a year. We've also been speaking about those for a year. So that's what I'm referring to when I say something coming up later in the agenda. I just don't want anything to, and it's, I do believe that I'm entitled to have that concern. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can get a motion to move the motion that's been put on the screen forward. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council direct the city director, community growth and infrastructure and administration to investigate and clarify ownership of fencing on roadways and to research land improvement tax bylaw or other revenue sources, i.e. grants, for fencing upgrades throughout Chestermere, and come back with an update which details the process and the impact on the affected parties to council no later than the end of May 2023.
Okay, are there any comments related to the motion being presented? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is the discussion of number 10, which is the investigating twinning of Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road. The twinning of Chestermere Boulevard from Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive. And so the motion that we have available for this is the motion that council direct City Director of Community and Growth and Infrastructure and Administration to investigate the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive. Boulevard and Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive. I guess we should add a date back to that. So we're looking at from Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive, the adding, my understanding is adding additional lane, which would allow us to twin it. But that should be investigated further. Travis, what do you think on the timing of that?
Is this more of a cost analysis
It
we're
would
looking
be,
for here?
it would be a combination, of course, cost and feasibility. I know that they had looked into it just quickly, and it was the widths that is what they were looking into, and the idea that one lane would be required to allow that to happen, and of course removing some of the median.
I'd have to look into the right of way, but I would think that the cross section that we're trying to carry right now from 284 to Rainbow Road, could that not be carried through as the same cross section? And
That would be, you're correct. Yeah, the cross section you're already looking at for the 20
right.
there.
Okay. So I mean, I think doing a high order, kind of a rough order of magnitude cost is achievable. Like, I think that could be done, before the end of May as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Callan, if you could add the date by the end of May. All right, Council, are there any other wordsmithing that you'd like to add to this motion? Or discussion? Councillor Funk, you had a point you wanted to make?
I can't remember. We have discussed or talked about twinning of the bridge.
True.
Stuff over the lake. So this is just kind of a continuation of this. Have we not looked at or gotten pricing for the twinning of the road prior to this? Because I know we've been looking at the bridge.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay.
So that's kind of the point, is that we're looking at twinning this end, this end, and so why don't we look at in the middle too, and have a bit of a plan.
I just made an assumption that.
Yeah, because that is going to come back to council. The twinning of that bridge and the bridge being raised is going to come back to council here in the next few weeks. So it is starting to happen. It's quite exciting. So yeah, that's correct. Councillor Fote?
Is there, there is already some conversation that's going on with the developers as far as taking it from Rainbow Road West already, isn't there?
284 to Rainbow Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're in the midst of planning that quickly, and so that's why we're kind of trying to bring this forward. Is that try to do both at the same time, because as I mentioned, both ends are being done right now,
That's right.
and so it'd be a good idea to try and connect these dots. Are there any other comments in relation to this motion? As on the screen. All right, if I could get one of the councillors to read the motion into the record. Councillor Funk.
Motion that council directs City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure and Administration to investigate the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard from Rainbow Road to West Chestermere Drive by the end of May 2023.
Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so 11:43. I'm just wondering if we have them in council today. Ledge, do you know if the first presentation in relation to the community support services, who's that being presented by today? Oh, by Anne, sorry. Is she available? Just 1 second. Okay. It's Anne Muriel. Muriel. He's gone to ask for her, so they'll find her. Once we squeeze through this, then we'll probably take a lunch break. Fantastic. Good morning. That's a lot. There we go.
Good morning, Mayor Colvin and members of council.
Can you just turn the mic on? Just the big button up in the face.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Mayor Colvin and members of council. My name is Olympia Hermosillo, Manager of Community Services. Today, I have with me the Parent and Caregiver Support Services team, one of the 3 divisions of the Community Services Department, and I'm joined today by my colleagues Anne-Marie Urdal and Renee Sogrianis, Parent and Caregiver Support Facilitators, and Shaya Manget, Community Support Worker. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. It gives us a great pleasure to be able to share a bit about our programs and services we provide to families in Chestermere. Our staff all share a strong passion for working with and supporting children, youth, parents, and caregivers in Chestermere. Please note that all comments made during this presentation are made through your worship and to all the members of council.
Olympia, before you start, I just wanted to say congratulations to for winning the International Communities Award for Excellence in Community Services. That's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you. Thank you. The intention of this presentation is a quick overview and update on our programs and services offered and also the client and partner feedback, and to have a motion to accept this presentation for information. I will pass the presentation to Anne-Marie to talk about our programs and services. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Good morning. Parent and Caregiver Support Services provides a wide range of free, universal, community-based programs and services that are designed to support Chestermere parents and caregivers with children under the age of 13. Parent and Caregiver Support Services provides a unique and important service in Chestermere and fills an important need in our community. We are the only service provider of its kind that provides responsive, curriculum-based parent education programs and services within Chestermere. Our team specifically focuses on the service delivery domain of building caregiver capacity. Parents and Caregiver Support Services is fully funded through the province, specifically through the Ministry of Children's Services, Family and Community Resiliency Division. We started with a 3-year grant and have been extended through COVID to a fourth year, which was just recently signed. Our team is part of the Community Services Department here at the City and is comprised of 4 staff members, including 2 full-time and 2 part-time positions. Our programs and services are intended to increase both knowledge of parenting, child development, and parental resilience. When parents and caregivers are emotionally resilient, and they are able to maintain a positive attitude, creatively being able to solve problems and successfully overcome challenges in their lives, caregivers who understand child development and positively guide their children's behavior are more likely to nurture their children in healthy development. We can have the next slide. Thanks, William. This is a list of programs and services we offer to the community. Each program is unique in a way it supports parent education. Thank you. We value working with our community partners, and with them we are able to offer a wider variety of programming. For instance, we began a new collaboration with Lakeshore Manor, which is a seniors independent living facility. This program is for parents and caregivers, such as aunties, uncles, and grandparents with children under the age of 5, and the residents of the manor. This program focus is to promote wellness through play and is a mutual benefit for all. When children are brought up to feel part of the community, they develop respect for others and care for where they live. I will now pass our presentation over to my coworker, Rini.
So in addition to our parenting programs, we also provide one-to-one parent consultations, as well as parent-completed developmental questionnaires for children under 6. This tool helps parents discover concerns early so that supports such as referrals can be made. By helping these families now, we provide resources and information to support challenges and delays in their early years. Information about raising children supports parents and caregivers to create healthy family relationships. This increases confidence, enables parents to learn new skills, obtain resources to support their children and youth to succeed as adults, and creates healthy communities. As studies have shown, healthy communities have less crime, less violence, less mental health and physical health concerns, and require the use of less tax dollars to support. In a nutshell, healthy families create healthy communities. Next slide, please. So we are proud to share that we partner with many organizations in the community for programs and events throughout the year. On a weekly basis, we currently partner with Trellis, Healthy Families, the Lakeshore Manor, Alberta Health Services Health Nurses, and Alberta Health Services Mental Health and Addictions. We recently asked these partners to complete a questionnaire asking them to comment on the following. How does Parent and Caregiver Support Services support your programs and services? So, i.e. help you achieve your goals or outcomes. 2, what areas can you highlight as strengths that Parent and Caregiver Support Services contributes to our collaborations and partnerships? And 3, to share a story or example from your partnership or collaboration with us. And we were humbled by their responses and wanted to share some of these with you. So one of them stated that the impact that Parent and Caregiver Support Services has had on Chestermere families is that we often hear about how parents and children who meet at our Baby Talk program continue their connections outside the group and continue meeting and attending other resources in the community. They often become engaged in other groups and community events and support one another as their children grow. This is an excellent example of community building and the valuable relationships that Parent and Caregiver Support Services is forming in Chestermere. And the last comment I wanted to share is from another partner. and they stated that our clients have nothing but good things to say about how this program helped them at a time when they felt vulnerable and were looking for resources in the community. I'm going to pass it over to Shaya, my colleague.
Next slide. So when we end all of our sessions, we like to provide a feedback form to all of our clients at the end of each program just to hear how we've been doing, get positive feedback. And so when we were doing it this round, one of our lovely moms that comes to a lot of our programs had said that instead of filling out a form, she wanted to share a video to kind of really capture the impact that our programs have had on her and her family. She wanted to make it really clear, though, that this video is for this council presentation and this council presentation only, just as a disclaimer. Sweet.
One moment, we're going to share the video. Sorry. Do you have any questions or comments at this moment? Thank you.
Is there a USB stick available with the video on it?
Get you one. I could go put it on right now. We don't have one.
Can you pull the PowerPoint version? It's embedded in, not the PDF version. PowerPoint version available?
It's the one we emailed.
Yes, it was a Google Sheets, but it didn't open properly.
Thank you. So while they figure that out, I do have a couple of questions. Again, very good presentation, very good work. Now, I do understand we used to have a program called Parent Link. Is this the new version of it? And I think it's called PCSS. And since you're nodding some thinking that's affirmatives, has there been any service gaps since you moved from Parent Link to what you have right now? And if you can maybe speak to that, please.
Sure, through the mayor to councillor. Anne-Marie, would you like to respond to that?
Originally, the Parent Link program was funded through Children's Services as well. The province made the decision to change, the province made the decision to change the way they funded because Parent Link centers were initially funded specifically for children from 0 to 6. So the province wanted to widen the range of children and families that they serviced. So they changed to the Family Resource Network model, and now we serve families from 0 to 13. And so the funding is a little different. And one of the biggest gaps in the service area that you questioned about was the early childhood development. The province didn't offer as much funding for that specific age group.
Okay. I do have a follow-up. And do you see in your inquiries, is there a need for that in this community?
So through the mayor to Councillor Narayan, yes, we have had several, and our response to that is working with partners in our area. We have partnerships with different agencies. So Trellis did get some funding for the early childhood, so we bring them in. We do a parenting program portion of it, and they do the early childhood. And that was the Lakeshore Manor, that brought about the Lakeshore Manor program, so that we could bring those families in to play with the seniors as well as their parents. So we offer a parenting piece to that, and they offer the early childhood. The library also has some early childhood programs that we then come into and offer parenting advice or supports to their families.
Okay. Thank you, Adam.
Councillor Funk?
Just a quick question, just going through the presentation. Where can people go to find more information about your programs and how to contact you?
Sure. Andrini, would you like to answer that one, please? Because you are the specialist on that area.
Thank you.
And it's through the mayor to
Yes,
Councillor.
through the mayor and to Councillor Funk. Thank you for that question. Currently we advertise through social media. So we have a Facebook page that's clearly Parent and Caregiver Support Services. We also have a group with the Alberta Health nurses at the Kinnenberg Clinic that we is called Baby Talk Families. So we also advertise through there. Chestermere Today is another area that we advertise on, as well as our city website as under resident services. Lastly, we do go out into the community and talk with other community members and post posters at places like Safeway and Camp Chestermere, Starbucks, any of those high traffic areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and lastly, through word of mouth.
Yes. Thank you. And I think we are ready with the video. Thank you, William. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Lauren, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the impact the Parent and Caregiver Support Services has had on my family. I was recently asked to fill out a little survey, and I felt that a little piece of paper wasn't going to do it justice to share kind of the impact this program has had for me personally, as well as how beneficial it has been for my children. I have two daughters. One is Georgia. She's 5 years old and started kindergarten this year. And the newest addition to our family is Eloise, and she is 7 months old. The first program I'd like to talk about is the Baby Talk program. My daughter and I attend weekly on Mondays at 1:30 at Synergy. This program has been really integral for my mental health because as a parent who's at home with two children for part of the day, and then on my own with a really tricky baby for the rest of the day, has been really challenging. I found that this program was really important to kind of talk to other moms, listen to topics, and meet people in the community. I moved to Chestermere in 2020, so during a pandemic, and so I didn't honestly feel very connected to my community. And so when I started this program, I understood, first of all, what kind of services the PCSS has, as well as the parents in the community and kind of the support that's offered. The important aspects of the Baby Talk program for me are learning about parenting topics such as feeding your baby, infant CPR, as well as connecting to not only other parents, but also connecting to local services. So knowing that this Parent and Caregiver Support Services was here, also that there's home support through Robin was really important for me, knowing that I wasn't alone in this. And also the routine. So I honestly was feeling pretty isolated at the beginning of my maternity leave because I had a really tricky baby and I wasn't getting out of the house at all. And so learning about the Baby Talk program when I got my daughter's vaccinations was a really good way for me to get out of the house. And now that I have it as a routine, it's important for us to get out, and it's important for me to kind of connect with other moms, talk about what we're noticing about our kids, what's been tricky, and attending the Baby Talk program has honestly been really, really important for my own mental health because I was feeling really, really stuck at home. The next program I'd like to share is the Lena Talk program, which I know is new to the Parent and Caregiver Support Services this year. This is really kind of important and near dear to my heart because my first daughter, Georgia, who I introduced earlier, had a speech delay. And so speech development has always really been at the top of my mind for Eloise and making sure that I'm supporting her the best that I can. What I really appreciate about the Lena program is that, first of all, it really kind of tunes into the research about speech development and how It connects to brain development and what's really, really important. I didn't realize, honestly, even though I'm an educator, how important reading to children this early actually creates and supports language development. And so the things that I've learned only in the first 3 sessions have been really fundamental. And also just the feedback from her little recorder has been really interesting to see, kind of just from our first day to our second day. And just being really aware of the language that we're using in the home and creating as many opportunities as we can for language for Eloise. The final program that I'd like to share is Come Play With Me, the intergenerational play group. This is a really, really great experience, I think, for everybody involved, and I'd like to share a couple photos and some stories that I've had so far, only with 2 visits. I think this picture kind of sums up how impactful this program is for everybody in our community. It's been so wonderful meeting some of the senior citizens in our community, because as soon as you have a baby or a young child, it honestly brightens their day. It was really neat to hear stories from every elder that I spoke to, talking about their families and raising their children. And so having young ones, I think, in their building is really refreshing and exciting for them. And for us, it's really great because my daughter's grandparents don't live near us. I think that it's also really great because it's helped everybody feel connected to their community. And I even chatted with one of the ladies when we were there about the parent and caregiver support services and how, you know, us as a family has a lot of opportunity in Chestermere. Unlike Calgary, honestly, because I had to register for everything, and I always had to be waiting at the very beginning, hoping to get into programming, and oftentimes I wouldn't get in at all. And so one thing that I really appreciate about this program, as well as anything that the Parent and Caregiver Support Services has, is that it's primarily drop-in programming. Come when you can. It's not a closed registration. And so I think that's really important for parents in the community to know that they have services and options available for them. I also really love that this is a program that both of my children together can attend, because it helps us feel connected as a family. And it also helps my older daughter feel like she can be kind of part of some fun activities, because she always complains that she could never come to the baby talk class. And so there's always activities for her to do. And so what I love about the intergenerational play group is that there's a range of activities, there's a range of visitors all the time. And so my daughter always loves making things with Sumit from Trellis, and she then takes her little crafts around and shows all of the residents in the building what she's made. I just wanted to share a couple of stories of how the PCSS has impacted our family, from improving my mental health, helping me enjoy my maternity leave significantly more, feeling connected to my community, and feeling like we can give back in situations such as the intergenerational play group. My daughter asks about it every week, and so I think that that says a lot. And one thing that I really noticed with any program is the impact of the staff. And so Anne-Marie and Renee is who I have been spending the most time with, and both of them have been so supportive. If I have a question about parenting, or even Georgia, my older daughter, just loves to hang out with Renee at the intergenerational play group. They're familiar faces in the community, and I think that the programming that they offer, from, you know, the Wednesday walks to things like kindergarten readiness, and just sharing programming like that, and programming that's not even theirs within the community, and just tips and tricks, has been substantial for our family. And I think that it has been integral in helping me feel connected to my community. I think that the only suggestion that I have is getting the word out more about this program in terms of everything that they offer, because I honestly feel that they are one of the anchors of our community, and I would I love Chestermere so much more because I have discovered them as a parent and as a family in the city. And I think they're amazing, and I wanted to share my story. Thank you.
Congratulations, Olympia. One of the things at the very end that came out is the respondent said, is getting the word out more. So my question to you is, what can we do to help you to get the word out more?
One of the biggest things with the parenting caregiver support services is that you don't know you need us until you need us. So parents, it's not something that parents are actively seeking all the time, unless they've had a new baby. Then they're actively seeking for connection. If they have a young tween that is all of a sudden maybe they're looking for parenting talk, then they start looking for us. So often it's not so much a matter of getting the word out, it's just being there when parents need us and finding us that way. And then, as Rini mentioned, through word of mouth really makes a big difference, because parents will say, oh yeah, I talked to them when my kid was, when I was going through that stage, or, that kind of thing. The biggest thing is the support through Chestermere Today has really been wonderful, that we've been able to post new upcoming programs in that area.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to add to that, through the mayor to Councillor Hanley, also a space that all of us can be together as a partners, I think will be good to provide programs and services to the community in one place.
That's excellent. Sorry. No, that's, Councillor, are there any other comments? Any other statements or anything? Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's been a very uplifting stories.
Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Hanley?
I was going to read the motion.
That's true.
Before we move on.
Sorry, Councillor Hanley.
So I'll motion for council to accept for information the overview of the PCSS update programs and client and partner feedback.
Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to break for lunch. It's 10 after 1, so we'll look at coming back at 1:40. 10 after 12, sorry. Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to come and join us again for our council meeting today. We're just going to be moving on to our next item on our agenda, which is our school sites update, which is going to be presented today by Shaman, our development and special projects from Community Growth and Infrastructure. Good afternoon, Shaman.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Sorry, yes, thanks.
First time with this new technology. Yes, so again, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Shaman Vicencio, Development and Special Projects Manager for the City of Chestermere. So before I move on with this presentation, I'd like to note that all of my comments throughout this presentation would be made through our city directors, to the mayor, and to all members of council. So today, I'm before you to present a high-level overview of the school build process and an update on future school sites within the city of Chestermere. So the goal of this presentation is to provide information to council and to the public, and for council to accept this report as information. So first off, I'd like to note that this report would be divided into 3 parts. The first part of the report will be outlining the process for both council and the public. So that's the process from planning stages up to the opening of the schools. Part 2 would be an update on school sites, future and existing. And part 3 will highlight the additional efforts that the city is taking or doing to help fast-track schools in the city. Sounds good? Okay, so for the pre-planning and planning, first off, before we get to that, I'd like to start with noting the 3 major stakeholders involved in this process. I'd like to acknowledge that we do have 3 major stakeholders who, on their own entity, have activities and tasks that work throughout the process. So first off, we've got the municipality, so that's the city of Chestermere. We've got the school boards, and we also have the municipal government. Each stakeholder has its own activities and tasks, as I've mentioned, within their own entity that facilitate the planning and development and leading to the construction of schools. I'm also starting with noting down or talking about the stakeholders because I'd like to acknowledge the importance of their efforts, and that it does not rely or it's not just in the hands of one stakeholder. It is definitely a collaborative effort through the process up from pre-planning to the opening of schools. So as you can see on the flow chart, there's the municipal showing the planning process with the school boards. We've taken one from the Rocky View district, but of course we also anticipate that the Catholic school and other school boards would have a process similar to this, and we also have a process for the Alberta government. I will be discussing that in more detail on the following slides. So general locations for school sites are specified by the school boards and the city under the area structure plan. I have an image of an area structure plan as an example before you. And as you can see at this stage, the location of the schools are identified, but just under a legend. It does not really show us any concept about the school or what the dimensions of the school are. It's really just the location. It is very important to identify the location at this stage because this is the stage where the school boards determine the need for schools within a certain development. So once the area structure plan is approved, this triggers an outline plan. Earlier during another topic that was discussed, we were discussing the process as well, it was mentioned. So similar to that, once the area structure plan is applied for and approved, this is where we see more conceptual design of the school. So this would also include road network, the access to the school, play fields, the amenities surrounding it, etc. So both area structure plans and outline plans are approved by City Council. I'd just like to note that. After that is approved, this triggers the subdivision application. So the subdivision application is submitted in accordance with the approved outline plan. City planners, being the approving or decision-making authority, circulates the subdivision plan to the school boards. The school boards comment or request for revisions. The revisions are made, otherwise the comments are addressed. Once the comments are addressed, the city planners prepares a list of conditions that have to be satisfied and met before the subdivision is endorsed or registered. So at the subdivision phase, this is when title transfer happens. So this is a very critical stage that we would have to cross so that we can get to the point where it's included into the 3-year capital budget and funding. So the land title creates titles for each parcel. Generally, the developer is the owner of the entire subdivision except for parcels that are to be owned by the school and the city. At this stage as well, generally, the sites are prepared before the title is transferred, and the school becomes part of the 3-year capital plan. So as you have seen in this process, the municipality does play a very critical role in advancing through the next steps or the next milestone. So the second phase would be now approaching the capital priority after pre-planning and planning. This is where each school board submit a 3-year school capital plan to Alberta Education. This list is known as the board's 3-year capital plan. The government of Alberta uses information from the individual school board plans to create a provincial capital plan. So the capital plan requests new construction and major modernization projects from the provincial government. The provincial capital plan helps government decide which projects will be approved and funding is available for school projects. This plan may consider factors including a school's impact on health and safety of students, the condition of the buildings, enrollment trends, each school board's 3-year capital plan, etc. If a project is approved, the local school board, Alberta Education, and Alberta Infrastructure work together on the details of the project to help ensure it meets students' needs, which triggers the development permit stage. So we are on the final stages of the process, and when funding for design is approved, the school board submits the designs to the city for the development permit approval. Typically, a school site is zoned under a parcel that lists schools as permitted uses, so public service in terms of our land use bylaw. If that's the case, then the development authority, being city staff, will be approving the development permit with or without conditions in accordance with the land use bylaw, and therefore the development permit is issued. Should a school fall under a parcel that is zoned in another zoning that does not list schools as permitted use, that means they're listed as a discretionary use, the development authority may conditionally approve the development permit subject to a 21-day appeal period, and the appeal period would have to be completed before the development permit is issued and that there are no appeals received. So once a development permit is issued, then that triggers the building permit application. At this stage, construction funding ideally would have been granted. So once it approaches the building permit application, we already receive the details and the construction details of the school. It is reviewed by our building safety codes officer, the permit is issued, and the permit is released. Typically, the construction of the school starts immediately after the building permit is issued. So once the construction starts, inspections occur at different stages of construction, and then the school passes its final inspection. They request for occupancy after final inspection is granted or has passed, and once it passes its occupancy inspection, then occupancy is granted and the school opens. So that concludes the process. That's part 1. Now we approach part 2. I would be covering future site locations. So before you would be a map of our future school sites, which are under approved ASPs or outline plans. So as you see on the map, there are 10 school sites identified. I'd actually like to note that under Bridgeport outline plan, we have 2 more. So the Bridgeport school site that you see on that map would be under phase 1. And there are 2 more that are in future phases. So actually, there are 13 future school sites under approved ASPs and outline plans. So again, going back to the flow chart, that is where the 13 fall under at the moment. Out of those 13, there are 2 that have recently received funding. I will be discussing each site in more detail on the following slides. Okay, so let's cover the 4 sites that are under the subdivision stage. So first off, we've got the Dawson Landing Chelsea Joint School site. This is a Catholic school site. The subdivisions have been registered. And what does that mean? That means title has been transferred. This is included in Year 1, Priority 2 of the Catholic School District 3-year capital plan. And this would be one of the 2 schools that have received design funding under the 2023 budget. So there's more information that the Catholic School District need to know with regards to the budget approval, whether it would be a P3 or not, or who would build it, etc. But we're at that stage already, and therefore the next step or the next milestone that we are going to see would be a development permit and a building permit application, which would trigger construction. The next school site that we have would be everybody's favorite, the high school site. This is a Rocky View site, and the subdivision is conditionally approved, and so the next milestone that we would like to see would be the endorsement. We anticipate that in the next few weeks. If I may ask council to allow City Director Travis Fillier to speak about this site in more detail. He has more information.
Thanks, Shaman. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So as Shaman has mentioned, I wanted to kind of pause the presentation here in regards to the update on the schools and just take a moment to talk to the high school site. As we all know, it's gaining a lot of attention, as council is aware, and namely so, I mean, the school boards are releasing their 3-year capital plans and announcing their funding. Parents, teachers, others in the community who are interested in, the schools and the planning and design and construction of the schools that are coming to our community and our region. So again, that's why there's been a bit of attention on this high school site, the demand that's needed for this high school site. And so, and I can relate, I have kids in the system and I can understand the demands with the growth that's happening in Chestermere, which is a good thing, I guess a good problem because, we're continuing to grow, but that also puts strain on our infrastructure. And as the City admin team, for development, we are looking at trying to find ways to get ahead of that infrastructure, and the school sites being one of them. This one in particular, the Chelsea High School site, in I would say in my 3 months that I've been here, I've been putting a lot of attention to this. Of course, this is a bit before my time, but in the 3 months that I have been here, I've been meeting with Rocky View School District as well as a developer. We've had many meetings since then and continue to progress on trying to advance this school as fast as we possibly can. What I can share with you right now is that the subdivision has been conditionally approved, as most people know. The positive to this site right now is that the site has been serviced. Anthem has informed me that they plan to finish the construction of Merganser, which is abutting the north side of the site. So that'll be completed this year. There is a topsoil pile that sits on this site. Everyone's well aware of that, and we are in discussions with the developer to move that when the time is right. We are currently in the process of coming to an agreement on the subdivision of this site and having it fully endorsed. Like I said, we've had many meetings and they've been very positive. We have an agreement in principle to convey the title to Rocky View Schools as soon as we can, which we expect to happen here in the next couple of months, once we get the final details worked out. And so with that as well, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that while we continue to work in the background with the developer and Rocky View Schools, Rocky View Schools District has identified that the site will be ready in 2023 as part of the 3-year capital plan, and also that it's on their 2024 budget year. as what Shaman had mentioned there's three objectives to this whole presentation. And I know the high school site, like I said, is gaining a lot of attention. The very third objective of this presentation is to inform council as well as the public the efforts that the city administration team is putting on not just the high school site, but in school sites in general, the future ones that are coming. Things like being able to transfer the title in early phases of subdivision. Like when we go into a community, and me as a parent and a resident of the Chelsea community, that's your first questions as a parent. Where's the school site? When is the school site coming? That's important, right? Because you want your kids to be within your development. And so with that, like it gains a lot of attention. And what we wanted to do is show as administration team what we're trying to do to work with a developer, because we wear one hat in this formula, I would say. It's the city, it's the developer, it's the school board district, as well as the government, because they fund it. So sometimes funding can be the bottleneck in this whole process. And us as an administration team are also trying to find alternatives to what this funding can look like. Do we have to wait for pre-planning, preliminary concept plan from the government? Is there ways that we can advance that or fast track that so that we can shave a year off the capital plan? And just for your understanding, speaking with the school board, typical process for building a school is 3 years. So from the time they receive the preliminary funding to the time they open the door, it's 3 years. What can we do within that 3-year time frame that allows us to shorten it? What can we do to fast track? Well, funding is obviously a big thing. Doing the preliminary planning, that initial design, like if there's ways that we can advance that out in front of waiting for the government to say, here's your money to go and start the planning process. And even on the back end, working with the developers to understand, hey, is there an opportunity to front the cost of building a school? Like, are there funding models that can allow us to build a school? Like, do we have to wait on the government? Are there lease back opportunities or takeover opportunities that can happen to help the school board meet the demands of our growing community? And so the city, along with those funding models, transferring the title, as well as making sure that the site is service ready and upfront, like we want to get ahead of that. We want to have all that done in phase 1, not phase 13, not phase 14, when, our communities are built out, right? You have 3 phases left in the community and we're looking at designing a school. People come to your communities because you have a school plan. It's like, when is that coming on board? So anyways, these are things, and I can't change everything in the past. I can only help us as council and administration team moving forward, as well as educating the public on the efforts that we're trying to put on these school sites in general. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to share that with council, to share that with the public. We've heard you loud and clear. As I mentioned, I am one of those parents. My kids are going to be enrolled in this high school in the near future. We are committed. Anthem is committed. Rocky View School is committed. And I just wanted to just share that and take the moment here to share that. So,
Thank you.
You can resume, Shaman. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. That's a very enlightening update. All right, so the third school would be the Dawson Landing School. This is a Rocky View school. This is also one that has received funding this year, or for 2023. It has received funding to initiate the preliminary planning design for the site. As Travis has mentioned, typically we anticipate 3 years from design funding or from preliminary funding to the opening of schools. So this is one where we're hoping to see operational by the start of 2026 if all budgeting or funding is approved and goes smoothly. So in terms of the financial budgets, the budget was approved for Rocky View schools. Right now, we have the Dawson Landing School advancing fastest compared to the other Rocky View schools. So this is where we anticipate that it is going to be allocated. But Rocky View has also other sites within the city where they can allocate that budget should this be delayed or if we encounter any hurdles, such as the 5th school site that I'll be covering later on, which is the Chelsea school site. So that is the backup school site. So for the Dawson Landing school site, since it is already conditionally approved, the next milestone that we're looking at would be subdivision registration, and we anticipate that happening in the next few months here, hopefully June 2023, and for the site to be serviced by the end of August 2023, and for shallow utilities to be completed by November 2023. Lastly, the site that's under the subdivision phase would be the Bridgeport Joint School site, and that's site number 4 up on that map. This is part of the Bridgeport Phase 1 subdivision, which has been conditionally approved. Unfortunately, no activity has been happening on this site for at the moment. They were approved for stripping and grading last year, and hopefully they did get delayed, and hopefully they'll pick up again this year. So our next step would be to touch base with the developer and follow up on the progress of this site, as well as discuss the 2 other sites which are under future phases. We've got a Catholic school that's planned under phase 11 at the moment, and another Rocky View school in phase 16. So those are the 4 school sites that are under the subdivision phase. The rest of the sites on this map would be under the planning stages. So we've got the Chelsea school site, Rocky View as well. This is a backup site for Chelsea, or for the Rocky View School District. This is on Chelsea phase 16, and we're waiting subdivision application. We've got the Waterford Joint School site for Rocky View. This is in phase 9 of Waterford Stage 1. This is under an approved outline plan, and we're awaiting subdivision application. Waterford Estates would be a Catholic school in phase 7 as per the Waterford Estates outline plan, and as well we're waiting for a subdivision application. With all of these, we will endeavor to reach out to the developer and get updates as we go along. Right now, we are working very closely with the 4 sites that are under the subdivision stages so that we can see that advance. And lastly, we've got the 3 sites under Clearwater Park. We've got 1 school that is under an approved outline plan. All 3 sites are under an approved ASP. So the first school site, which is Rocky View as well, is under the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan. So we're just awaiting subdivision application for that, and the 2 others will have to be included on future outline plans. So now that we've seen the future sites, I'd just like to show you on a map what it looks like for the whole city for existing and future sites. So this map would show our existing school sites. So currently the city has 6 schools operating. There are 13 more additional schools which are part of approved ASPs and outline plans. There are 4 under the subdivision stage, as I've mentioned, and the rest are waiting subdivision application, and 2 out of 4 have received pre-planning and design funding under the 2023-2024 budget. So this is just to stress what Travis has already mentioned and covered earlier. The City of Chestermere recognizes that schools are community assets, and therefore the goal is to continue collaborating with provincial government, school authorities, and the developers, and form an integrated and collaborative planning relationship with a commitment to trust, transparency, and ongoing information sharing for the benefit of the broader community. The City of Chestermere is committed to working with all school divisions and developers within our city to address the increased demand for our school population by bringing the sites into early subdivisions to advance title transfer, helping school boards with their site readiness checklist, finding alternatives to a fully serviced site to allow things to move, working with developers to have any material removed from the sites and to prevent future stockpiles on school sites, and finding alternative funding sources in the interim, such as leases. So that concludes my presentation. I hope I provided council and all those tuning in to this presentation valuable information. Before I open the floor for questions, I would like to remind council of the motion being requested from this presentation, that city staff is seeking a motion for council to accept the City of Chestermere school site update for information.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Councillor, are there any questions in regards to this presentation? None, seeing none, hearing none. Councillor Fogt?
Thank you for the presentation. You explained it very, very well. In these other school sites that we are hoping to get, or that we're trying to get ready, we're moving them into a phase one position with our planning department now, aren't we?
Yes, that is the intent, that we will be working with the developers for the ones that are under ASBs and outline plans to advance that further so that we can get those prepared. Once we get to the point where we receive funding, then it's ready to go.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, thank you. With that, if I can get a motion to accept the City of Chestermere School Sites update for information. Councillor Fogt?
I make the motion that we receive this information of the school sites update as information.
Thanks. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
afternoon.
Okay. All right, moving on to our next presentation on our agenda is item number 3, which is on page 68 to 92 of your packages. Our legislative services update presented by Callan Morrison, our legislative administrator. Good afternoon, Callan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, today I will be doing presenting on behalf of Legislative Services the monthly update. Our goal is to have one every month just to keep the public and council aware of what's going on, as some projects are ongoing, some take a little longer to get going, and so on and so forth. So, general items that we have right now is we're currently in the process of hiring another staff member to join us. We interviewed a candidate on Monday, and we're very excited for her response. We're creating a new request for decision page to replace the one that we currently have, and in general create a greater process for agendas and how council meetings are supposed to take place with regards to presentations, formatting, and stuff like that. We're creating a process for VoIP requests, more thorough, more official. Right now, we're kind of just handling them on a case-by-case basis, but Ledge Services is looking into changing that process. And we're creating a process for action items following a council meeting. This was something that the city was doing in last year and then stopped doing, and this is something we'd like to bring back. And then long-term and ongoing projects, we're updating and creating internal department processes, not only for council meetings, but for how policies are developed, numbering, the storage of documents such as minutes, agendas, policies, and everything like that. This list right here, these are the dates our department anticipates we can complete each stage of the directives outlined in the Municipal Affairs Report. If council approves our department to begin completing each directive as listed. So as you'll see, we have a priority, the status, start date, the anticipated due date, and then when we'll bring to council for first, second, and third reading, and so on and so forth. So, here's some of our projects, bylaws, and policies. Currently working on a code of conduct. It will be on later in the agenda, but any additional research, Legislative Services can take care of that. The Clean Energy Improvement Bylaw. Possibly looking into a cohort grant available. With an update on this one, the Alberta regulatory body that oversees it, they're a little backlogged right now, and they haven't been able to process what they need to on their end. So we're a bit of a limbo on that one. And next week, Legislative Services or administration, more broadly, will be bringing a scooter, e-scooter, e-bike rental companies' policies, and update on that, which should be exciting. Policies currently in progress, use of electronic signatures. The thought is that the city will be going paperless in the near future. So electronic electronic signatures will have to be Freudian slip there. Electronic signatures will have to be more common. FOIP, as mentioned before, and land acquisition and procedures safety. Bylaws on the future deck, we have the procedural bylaw and policies, roles, and responsibilities for administration. Records management. As you may have noticed in the lobby, there was about 220 boxes, banker boxes full of outdated records that were signed off by the city and were securely shredded on Thursday, March 16th, 2023. I've attached a picture of that and the signed copy from all three city directors and from Kathy at the front desk witnessing the destruction of the documents. We are planning on a process for documents being stored, purged, and digitized, just so downstairs becomes less and less of a fire hazard. Offsite storage has been arranged for roughly 400 banker boxes worth of records, starting the process of packing materials according to Iron Mountain's stipulations. And lastly, researching and creating an information governance framework for the city to approve and implement, review, create, revise, retention, and of policies, review, create, revise procedure guidelines for records management, including glossary and terms of reference, and in creating a new internal process for records management and retention. Continuous research for a citywide electronic content management software solution is also being taken underway. However, Jody downstairs is coordinating with IT at the moment to figure out a perfect solution. And we move on to land policies. From the time of uploading this agreement to now, the land access agreement has been approved, which is very exciting. Ledge Services is also reviewing, creating, revising land policies as they arise, creating a land database for tracking the city's own lands and agreements, including liabilities such as wells, which have been identified and completed, land documents that reflect council's decision, i.e. annexation and joint ventures, and the future. Work with IT departments to set up a potential land request emails account, which I believe is very close to being done, if not already completed at this point, and in creating electronic land filing system, and create a new land process and procedures document. And lastly, recommended motion. We are looking for a motion that council accepts the monthly legislative services update as information. And questions?
Great, thank you, Callan. Council, are there any questions for Callan? Thank you very much. If I can get a motion to accept the monthly legislative services update for information. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that council accept the monthly legislative services update as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our next item, which is Directive 5B from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs in regards to our Code of Conduct bylaw amendment. I believe that Callan will pull up our bylaw, which is also on pages 93 to 118 of our package. Now, Callan, if you could go to, I believe it's page 15. Yeah, the start of that. Okay, so we have one of the initial directives from the minister. Excuse me. Was for the amendment to our Code of Conduct bylaw to remove our preliminary review and adjust it to go directly to our third-party investigator. They've also asked us to hire an additional third-party investigator to replace them. Now, in relation to this, the changes that we'd be looking at in relation to our code of conduct are outlined on our screen here, which identifies the changes from removing the preliminary review to be done through the mayor and deputy mayor / council to simply having the information provided to the CAO and moving it to the third-party investigator. Now, we also have with council provided a legal opinion in relation to the amendments that you're looking at on the screen, that these amendments appear to conform to the first part of the directive of 5B, which is quoted above in the legal opinion. They remove the preliminary review process entirely, and as such, they remove council's authorization to conduct such preliminary reviews, etc. So just to, was that this next page? Okay. So as you can see on point 6.9 here, it basically, again, it refers to removing that part of the process, which was why those are crossed out. And as our legal opinion indicates is correct. And 610 being crossed out, which again is reverting to the preliminary review, 611, 612, 11.2.3. 6.12 again is about the preliminary review, 6.12.1, 6.12.2, and then finally 6.13, which identifies that the CAO shall engage the independent third-party investigator to conduct a formal investigation. So what the minister has asked us to do is to remove the preliminary review process and then have it go directly to our independent third-party investigator, which council is going to be going through the procurement process that the minister has recommended. And so what I'd like to do is invite council to comment in relation to the removal of the preliminary process as instructed by the minister, and or any other comments they'd like to make at this time. I'll just keep talking until people put up their hands. So just for clarification, so the city at the time, before this, we haven't had any preliminary reviews that were done that rejected any of our code of conduct complaints. And so the removal of this is something that we see as easy for the city to follow, as we referred this already to our third-party investigators at the time. Councillor Fote?
By what I'm gathering from this legal opinion that we've had and the corrections that have been made on this, we could we do the readings on it, the first, second, and third readings today?
Yeah, so if you could just move down, Callan, to 6.15. So the one change that the lawyer had indicated was there was a miss in relation to the highlighted portion of mayor or deputy. And again, that's replaced by CAO. That's the only comment that she mentioned was a typo. But otherwise, yes, the lawyers indicated that we've followed the provisions that are being provided by the minister, and this is something that we can move forward in relation to the amendment to the Code of Conduct bylaw. Is there any other comments in relation to that, Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I think the lawyer also said, though, that further changes will be required to the bylaw as well. So I would not be in support of doing 3 readings of this bylaw today, and having just received the information from the lawyer very recently, I'd like to have time to be able to take this away and do a full scope review before doing 3 readings of a bylaw. Thank you.
Yeah, the next part of the directive is in regards to the acceptance of the third-party investigator. So with that, we can go through with the first reading or first two readings and then have a third reading done at a future time to confirm if we need to add the third-party investigator to our code of conduct. Do we have third-party investigator in there though? Can you go up a bit? Right there. Council shall engage a third-party investigator to conduct a formal investigation. I wonder what she's thinking has to be amended. Well, she's talking about the procurement process of the independent third party. So we can look at adding that in our next reading. So are there any other comments or questions? So we could do two readings today. Councillor Dean?
Yes, this was put on for as information under our agenda item today. And I think we should leave it as such and then be able to take this away and be able to compare and contrast. We just got the legal opinion right now. I think we should only be accepting this as information today so that council has time to duly process all the information that we have been provided with. I was handed this letter from the lawyer after lunch today. So I would like to take some time to be able to review it beforehand. Thank you.
We can definitely accept it for information. I am recommending that we get started on the process, though, so we can try and conform to the directives quickly. We can do the first reading today or the second reading as well. So in regards to that, if I could get a motion to accept the information as the amendments as information. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we receive the information.
The amendments.
The amendments as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay. I'd like to get a motion that we accept the amended code of conduct for first reading. But sorry, legislative services. We have to, if we amend the code of conduct, we have to create a new bylaw number, right?
That's correct.
So that'll take a bit of time.
Yes.
I think we have one, 003-23, right? Because we only have two bylaws.
We have a few that came out of that other one, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on the number.
So would you like us to leave it for that reason? And then do that in the second, next council meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, we'll leave it at that then. Okay. All right, moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is on page 119, which is the Directive 9 from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs for council approved project list and in-camera council approved project list. So this is in relation to Directive 9, which is for council to act by resolution or bylaw. And so we're looking at the page 119 of your agenda, which, if you can pull that up, Callan. And so this is the current list that was provided, agreed to by council March 15th, 2022, to allow projects that council and mayor were working on, which is in relation to dog parks, the entertainment district, restaurants, the beach, retail, condos, design, storm pond development, and John Peak. Number 3, dredging discussions with WID. Number 4, Sunset Beach project. South Shores waterfront discussions with WID and developer. Number 6, Southeast Canal pathway along the canal to Dalmead Lake and Langdon. Number 7, East Acreages servicing and subdivision solutions. Number 8, Webster negotiations and planning. Number 9, Twin Highway 1 and the bridge. Number 10, Twin Rainbow Road. Number 11, to negotiate purchase of CRCA lands with Rocky View County. Number 12, to negotiate changes with CRCA and recreation facility to city management. Number 13, negotiate lands on 11 acres across from Camp Chestermere from development lands to recreation. Number 14, assist negotiations with golf course owners, buyers, Preservation Society, and residents as needed. Number 15, negotiate sports fields with Centron, soccer, football, rugby, baseball. And number 16, discuss ideas for servicing around acreages in Chestermere. Now, the second part of this we'll have to go through in camera, so we'll postpone that for a second. Oh, sorry, can you keep it up there, though? So the second part of this is an in-camera list that will be, hopefully, council will agree to release that in-camera list. And we'll bring that forward after our in-camera session, when we come out of in-camera. And this is just to identify some of the projects that council is authorized to work on as per the directive number 9 through resolution. So what I'll do is, so I guess to be correct, if we're going to continue this discussion later today, I can go to in camera now, but I didn't want to break it up so fast. Would we have to table this item, or can we in the same council meeting, can we just leave it unfinished?
To table it would be best.
Okay. All right. I'll make a motion to table item number H5 of today's council meeting. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so we'll just move forward then, so that we don't have to get our people that are in the chamber today up and down a bunch of times. Okay, so moving forward to item I, reports for decision, which is our first one, is on pages 120 to 131, which is our additional parking for City Hall, presented by Travis Filler, our City Director for Community Growth and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. So today I'm here to talk to you about the City Hall parking lot expansion. I call it a prospect project at this time. I have the clicker. So the intent of this presentation is to present Council with information regarding the City Hall proposed parking lot expansion options and obtain Council's direction on which way we want to move forward. There are a bunch of motions being requested today, depending on which one we decide to go with. One of that's for sure, is that this presentation will be as for information. And then the RFDs on whether or not we want to proceed with option 1, option 2, or if we decide to proceed with no option, or if there's some work that maybe we can put into the 2024 capital budget. So the background here is that City Hall was constructed, so I'm told, in early 2004, serves as a central hub for municipal operations and our community. The building main parking lot, located on the north side of the building as depicted here, has a total of 62 parking stalls. The breakdown shows 52 are undesignated, 4 council stalls, 2 designated public stalls, which is not very many, 2 designated handicap stalls, 1 loading zone, and 1 designated emergency stall right at the end. In the time being, as I guess really the objective of this is to bring some attention that we have a parking issue here at City Hall. For those that drive to the building every day, there is no doubt that you circle the parking lot trying to find a parking stall if you're here at 8:15 in the morning or through lunchtime and whatnot. So a lot of staff use even Marina Road, which you can see on the south side. You can even see in that picture that people are parked along there. And staff is really utilizing a lot of the spaces that inhibit our general public and those that are attending meetings to find parking stalls when you come to the building. And so even on the interim, Cam's team have moved some of the city vehicles over to the public works yard just to help provide more parking spaces. I know it was even difficult in the winter here. We had stockpiles of snow on both ends and it was very, very tough to find any parking along here. And so anyways, we thought that maybe there's an opportunity for council to listen to the concern here. Option one is that if we were to expand the parking lot, we would go west. It would provide an additional 24 parking stalls. Ballpark cost with a 20% contingency, you're looking at about $141,000. That was completed by our group internally. Of course, it would have to go through a design and tender process. Things to consider with this option. I know it's kind of hard to see with the lines in the aerial there, but is that the proposed parking lot encroaches the utility right away out by Marina Drive. So it would require a little bit of a minor variance, I would say, in the setback. It's not a showstopper by any means. The other item to just note is that we would have to do some sort of screening barrier. Typically on parking lots, speaking with my planning staff, is that we would have some sort of a buffer, whether it be trees. You could do tall shrubs or grasses as well. That's option one. Option two is to take a step further. Providing if we determine that 24 parking stalls is not enough for both staff and the public, we could add an additional 8 stalls. It would increase the cost to $231,000 with a 20% contingency, again, ballpark. Things to consider in this option, again, is utility right-of-way encroachment, as you can see depicted there. As you know, there's transformers that sit out by the road right now. We would obviously work around those and coordinate with utility companies. Again, the minor variance is the same. The high absence of trees, again, is the same. We could do tall grasses to create some sort of a barrier, visual barrier. And then just some thought to what the snow storage would look like if we were to maybe have some on site or not have some on site. Maybe working with Cam's team and the operations team just to maybe in that area we're trucking out the snow and we don't have any concerns if there's no impeding on any of the parking stalls. So I guess the question is, what does the project funding look like if we were to move forward with either of these options? Administration identified an opportunity for this project to fall within the MSI funding, that we compare this work with the other city hall projects that we're looking at. It would fall in that MSI funding category for the renovations. So the requirement would be for the city to spend a certain dollar amount based on that grant criteria, and then we would be able to move forward with utilizing that grant. We have the MSI capital already in place. We've received that, speaking with our finance team, and then we could allocate that towards that specific project, meeting that criteria. The next steps here, I know I went through this very, very fast, so I'll open up to questions here in a minute. Council provides direction with administration to proceed with or without any consideration to the parking lot expansion. Should the parking lot expansion be accepted, we would obviously, as I mentioned, secure the funding with finance to make sure that we're meeting all the check boxes of what that MSI grant would look like to spend the MSI capital. As well, we would have to determine the best type of contract setup, whether that's a design build. Obviously, it's being such a small project, that's probably the route that we would go, is a design build with a small, probably a local contractor that can expand the parking lot for us. Obviously, obtaining the bids, awarding the project, and if it's within the secured budget, moving forward with that, and or if there's any variance within the budget, obviously we will come back to council to get approval on that. Executing the contract, conducting a project kickoff meeting with the successful bidder, as well as coordinate and oversee the construction to completion. I would say that if we were to move forward on this is a project that we can easily accomplish in 2023. questions on that quick 5-minute overview?
Yeah, could we go back to the larger picture, please? Do we know roughly the number of stalls? Or it's important. I agree. It's important that we get our parking helping figured out for our staff. Do we know roughly the amount of stalls that we're looking for? And I'm just wondering if the reason I ask is that does it make sense to actually have that parking lot continue further south and get closer to the Marina Road?
Oh, I see. Again, I think maybe what we can do is conduct maybe an in-house survey, just to understand from staff how many people would utilize the parking in the back, as well as who parks up front right now, and even just having more additional spaces for the public as well, right?
Exactly. Make sure we've got space for
exactly. Our team is growing right now as well. So we're seeing more and more demand on parking stalls. As well, having just 2 public parking stalls, like I probably chew up that in one meeting with about 5 or 6 people, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
But to that point, though, there are opportunities to create more efficiency within the plan, whether you want to do small car parking. I don't know, maybe there's bicycle racks or smaller like scooter parking or anything like that. Really just kind of maximizing the potential on the site. Again, this was just something that we had done internally for visual purposes. Again, working with an engineer who can design and stamp this, we would look for all those efficiencies, and whether that could be pushing the parking lot further south or not to be determined. Again, depending on the number of parking stalls that we think we need. The 2 options here was just kind of, hey, we could do this and then we could do that. There may be an equilibrium. There may be a balance. Maybe I only run with, working with the design consultant, maybe I only run with 28 stalls or 30 stalls, and maybe it's 200 grand. We don't know where that fine balance is, but again, we're showing one and showing the other just for discussion purposes.
That's very interesting. Councillor, are there any questions for Travis? Councillor Funk?
A couple of questions through the mayor to Travis. The first one is the garage that is sitting in the parking lot. I actually don't know what that's used for.
The one up in the northeast corner?
Yes.
So that's where the garbage bins sit.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. The other question is, if we remove the fence along that portion by that garage or by the garbage storage, then could we not push the snow and whatnot into that location to utilize that?
Are you talking between the garbage building as well as the city hall? Those 5 stalls that are there.
Yeah. Then you could put trees up, and then we could push snow through that area and stuff.
Like within
right now with the fence there.
Lot, or are you thinking down over the hill?
Down over the hill.
There is quite a drop off there. I'm not sure. I mean, it's something you could look at. If you're looking for snow storage areas, I mean, we would explore, I guess, where we could best utilize snow storage.
Just thought.
Yep.
Councillor Foat?
Capitalizing on Councillor Funk's question about the storage shed, is there room that we could move that garbage shed down over the hill there up against the utility lot?
Anything can be done with Councillor Foat.
I guess.
But, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. Down by the lift station, there on the public library parking lot. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely look at that if that's something. What the benefit cost analysis looks like of taking that structure, moving it to provide maybe 1 or maybe 2 or 3 stalls. I'm not sure what that benefit looks like. Again, and maybe there's a bit of a different conversation happening here, or could happen here, is that where do we want the garbage pickup to be located? Maybe it's not in the main parking lot, as you're suggesting. Maybe it is down by the lift station. That's something that can be definitely considered. If we were to move the garbage pickup, that facility building down next to the lift station, and I'd have to work with Cam on this in just regards to what the turning templates look like down there, because it looks like it's just if you're going in with a garbage truck, it's almost like a drive-in back out type scenario down there, and I don't know what the radius is down there for it to be, not to say that we couldn't expand that parking lot as well, maybe create a bulb at the end there for them to be able to turn around or whatnot, but definitely something that can be explored if that's the way council wants to move forward, for sure.
Because I do know it would gain us 3 or maybe 4 parking spots, but it also, when that garbage truck comes in here, nobody can get in or out of the parking lot pretty well. And he ties things up for a while.
Yeah, because he's got to get out, he opens the doors, he's got to wheel that bin out, and then he unloads it and wheels it back, shuts the doors, and I think he can make the turning movement around. I never watched him, but I think he can make the turning movement around, or unless he might back out too, I don't know. I would assume that he can make the turning movement.
Thank you.
Interesting. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to Travis. On the one side, it said certain dollar amount. What does that mean? Like you had to figure out the certain dollar amount?
Was that the funding slide?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So the requirement would be for the city to spend a certain dollar amount?
Yeah, so one of the criteria for the specific grant of the renovations for City Hall itself is that, according to our finance team, is that you have to spend a certain dollar amount. And from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Cam, that dollar figure is about $250,000, so $250,000, I think, to meet the threshold of when that specific MSI capital can be utilized for this type of project. There are other projects that are being done in City Hall, as you're probably aware. If you're not, then I'm sure Cam's team will be presenting that shortly, not today, but in regards to the roof that needs to be redone, there's different boilers that need to be upgraded and all that sort of thing. So there are other items within that program, and speaking with our finance team is just making sure that if we are going to utilize this capital, you have to spend a certain dollar amount. That's per the grant criteria or something. Yeah, I don't know all the criteria. I can definitely go and find all those check boxes, but the one that I do know is that you have to spend a certain dollar amount.
Councillor Hanley?
I had a similar question of like the missing part of the information to me is we already have a 2023 capital plan that uses that MSI funding, and this is just another project in the priorities. So I'd like to have a better understanding of what would be deferred and why, versus whether or not this just goes into a 2024. To understand what that trade-off is, and maybe some of the things or the reasons is there's no impact from the trade-off in that something else is delayed because of availability of materials, lots of other things, right? I just like to get a better understanding. I support the idea of, yes, this place does need additional parking, but I'd like to understand the financing a little bit better.
Your question is wondering if we're trumping something else in the program.
Mhm.
Yep, correct. And that's a fair question. I'd have to return to finance to make sure that we're not. It wasn't brought to my attention. I'm kind of assuming that we're not, but again, I'll confirm that and come back.
Okay. Councillor, are there any other questions for Travis? All right. So Travis, the motion that you were looking for.
So the first one is to request this presentation as information.
Okay. Councillor Fote?
Travis, are you looking for us to make a choice on one of the drawings that you've got here? Or did you want to just let us have this as information today?
I mean, ideally, I would probably be looking for an answer to which way I'm moving forward, but understanding that Councillor Hanley had a great question on whether or not we're trumping something in the process. As well, I don't know if council has enough time to digest this, so
Sure.
I'll leave this with you to decide how you want me to move forward. I would say that the good thing is in April, I think we have 3 council meetings, so we could be back here pretty quick if we needed a quick 5-10 minute update / decision. And at least then in the next week, I can just confirm with Anne, and we can do it that way if you want.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor, to Travis. I think the idea of expanding the parking lot would be great. We definitely need more parking and need to figure some of those things out. And it sounds to me like there's still some funding things that we need to figure out, because it sounds like there's some projects that I would love to get an update on, and that if we're able to lump those, it almost sounds like we could lump them together as like a one grand city hall renovation, if you will, and that way we might be able to utilize some funding. So I'm wondering if we take this as information now, but with that idea of getting some of those questions answered. I share Councillor Hanley's question as well, and then that funding question, and that if we're able to do that, if we're able to maybe have a joint presentation between City Director Wong and yourself, I think that would be really good, and figuring out a way then to utilize that so that we could expand the parking lot.
Perfect.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would suggest we probably do 2 motions. Like if you can go to the slide with the motions, accept it as information, and then the second one, probably take the bottom one, motion the council directs city administration to proceed with the parking lot expansion project at City Hall to be included in the 2024 capital budget, or earlier, depending on funding financial priorities. Right, because we can swap it out, but that gives you direction to, okay, you can continue working on it and then come back to us with what is the financing arrangement. So we've answered those questions. We know we're not trumping anything else or sacrificing something else, and then give you authorization to proceed.
Okay, so Councillor Hanley, he just amended the last motion. Does that meet the criteria you're looking for?
Depending on a briefing of City Hall funding priorities, probably, because that's what really gives us, that goes to your point of what are all the other projects and are we trumping anything,
right,
and the reasonings.
Can I just ask one quick question? Cam, do you know when Dario's coming with a presentation at some point, isn't he? Do you know when he's got that pegged for?
He was planning to come in April, so we'll have
So maybe we pair it with that then.
that would make the most sense to me.
Okay.
Councillor Funk?
If we're having them push it to the 2024 capital budget, do we need the briefing in there? Because that'll be part of their budget then. And that will be part of the briefing of the 2024 budget, capital budget.
I guess to me, it's because we put the or earlier, or we could say or earlier in 2023, depending on a briefing regarding City Hall funding priorities.
Yes, that I would agree to.
Right? So one way or the other, like it becomes part of the plan. We either do it now, or maybe it's something that overlaps, right? But I doubt it in the fall, because you get into winter and it's not the time to do something like that.
So do we need to define the parking lot expansion project? Is that version 1, version 2 as presented?
I think it goes back to, in my opinion, it goes back to Travis's group, their expertise of what is the service level requirement of the parking lot should determine which one we're going for.
Yeah.
I mean, we would work through, like I said, the efficiency of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think identifying the need that
from our city staff and the public that there is a need here. The set dollar amount on and or how many stalls that you do, I think would just be refined through the design process. So if we do come back, which we will, and paired with the other presentation, and we decide that we're going to move forward with this based on the dollar amounts that I've shown, I would say maybe if we show that, I rounded the number to 240, but if we show that from our finance team that the 240 works within that MSI capital criteria, as well, understanding what may be trumped or may not be trumped in the whole capital plan, that we approve the worst case, or not the worst case, but maybe the upset limit of 240, and we'll work within that parameter to, like I said, create the efficiency of the plan. It may be cheaper and maybe a few less stalls or something.
Okay. So are you comfortable with the motion? If you could take out the word "or" in the front. So we have this motion, and then we have the other motion to accept as information.
I think we need to
Do both.
accept the one as information first.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll do it.
All right. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the additional parking for City Hall presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. All right. The second motion. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council directs city administration to proceed with the parking lot expansion project at City Hall to be included in the 2024 capital budget or earlier in 2023, depending on a briefing regarding City Hall funding priorities.
Okay. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Travis. All right, moving on to our next points of discussion, points of for decision, is our first item number 2, which is a Directive 5A of the Minister, which is from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, a direct administration to assemble all code of conduct complaints to send to Municipal Affairs since October 21st, 2021, including all records, documents, and details, record of decisions, validity, and how they were addressed and investigated. Do you have a motion on that, or no? Can you type that that same motion that's been presented there? Sorry. Yes, it is. Sorry. So this is what we're doing here is essentially instructing administration to proceed with the moving the steps forward in regards to the directives that have been provided by the minister. So this instruction is for council to direct administration to assemble all code of conduct complaints. Okay. So are there any comments in relation to the Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Will a copy of this be provided to all of council before it is sent to the minister, or as part of sending it to the minister? And what does that whole process look like?
Absolutely. I think that's key. And so essentially here we're just simply instructing them to proceed with assembling, and then that'll come to council, and then council will then, or councillors, and then that would be sent to Municipal Affairs. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Then I believe that we would have to wordsmith this.
Sure.
Right, because right now it says to assemble all, which I obviously agree with, complaints to send to. I think if we're doing it first, where we're going to review it as a council, and I'll go, yep, then it would get sent. Would that be correct?
Assemble all code of conduct complaints to send to Municipal Affairs since October 21st, maybe comma, and then to provide to council for review first.
Yeah, so if I may?
Sure.
Motion to council direct administration. Oh, wait. Sorry, Calvin, finish what you're doing first, maybe, and I'll.
Yeah, to use assemble. They've got to collect it first.
Yeah. That's what I was. Sorry, I'll take a stab at this, and I may jump over what you wrote there, Calvin. Sorry. Motion that council to direct administration to assemble all code of conduct complaints to first be sent to council for review, and then sent to municipal affairs. Or, sorry, change the order completely. Motion of council to direct administration to assemble all code of conduct complaints since October 21st, 2021 to be provided to council for review. Period. After review, this to be sent to municipal affairs.
So, Callan, if you can take out from, you got it. Thanks. Complaints since October 21. To be sent to send reports.
And if I may, I would add review and approval, and not sent to, but to be provided to.
Yeah.
We don't want it sent to us. We want to sit in this room and.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless it has to be done in camera, in which case we would add it as an in-camera item and do it that way. Either way.
Yep, that's fine. Provided to council. So, Callan, after 2021 to be, just take out the word sent and provided. Thank you. Okay. Councillor, are there any other comments in relation to this? Councillor Funk.
Instead of provided, can we say presented?
Sure. Including all records, documents, and details in addition. Are there any other comments? Okay, if I can get someone to read the motion in. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council direct administration to assemble all code of conduct complaints since October 21st, 2021 to be presented to council for review, including all records, documents, and details. In addition, all records of decisions, validity, and how they are addressed and investigated after council's review to send reports and findings to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs.
Okay, all in favor? No opposed? Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, so item number 3. I don't know if, Callan, if you have a motion presented for this one. Essentially what we've got written here, but Directive 5C from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs is to direct administration to proceed with a competitive procurement process for an independent third-party investigator for code of conduct. And this will be similar to the approval that council had done April 19th, 2022, where council related matters regarding a third-party investigator would be brought in for council-related matters. So we're going to start. So the instruction, if you have that on there, for motion that council direct administration. Are there any comments or questions in relation to this motion? Councillor Dean?
Yes, sir. Can you just help me a little bit in terms of this process? So then, if we're putting it out for procurement, I understand that, and then we're going to, is council going to have input then? Like if we have 3 candidates, like how is that part of it? The actual, like when we're naming that person, how is that piece of it going to work for this council? Thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, the competitive procurement process is administration goes out, everybody submits their things, then administration comes back to council with the results of that and, you know, makes the selection or whatever that we then at that point in time approve.
Okay, so this is, so does the motion need to be extended a bit? Motion that council direct administration to proceed with competitive procurement process for an independent third investigator for code of conduct and bring back to council?
I would suggest if we go to Director Cam, normally on a competitive procurement process, right? What's the administration process to follow once you've gone out for bids or feedback?
It would depend on the dollar value, and then it'd also be weighted. Our criteria scoring mechanism is how we do it.
But typically you would come back to council with something like,
No, we would set the criteria in the RFP process. It would be all listed, everything that would be done in there, the criteria would be measured. Then we'd measure that as a team, and we'd come back with our decision.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
no, so then my question is, because this is a minister directive, should this motion ask or advise admin to advise council of what that decision was? Because it's not a council decision normally. You would just comply, and that's what the ministerial order is to conduct a competitive procurement process, which means council is out of it, so it's only coming back to us as information.
Correct.
Councillor Dean?
Sorry, just really quickly. So this is under 5C, correct?
Correct.
So 5C reads, I direct council and the CAOs to conduct a procurement of an independent third party through a competitive procurement process. Good. I further direct council to ensure the individual has demonstrated municipal experience and is not currently an employee or contractor of the city. So there is a fiduciary responsibility, I believe, upon us to ensure that second part of it, because the second sentence actually takes our CAOs out of the process. So whether we need to expand on this motion or whatever the case may be, it would appear to me that during that competitive procurement process, because we have seen this demonstrated before. Like I do remember being at sessions where we go in camera and we are presented with 2 or 3 different options to proceed on something, and then we come out of that and we do our decision based on that. So I would see this as then that very similar process to that, where we are presented with those options, because I would like to be able to follow through on that fiduciary duty that I feel like we've been given, that council ensures that the individual has demonstrated municipal experience.
So we could add at the very end there, and to bring back the final candidates to council for decision. Councillor Funk?
Couple things. I think we should put into the motion that for the procurement process to follow the directives as per, or the requirements as per the directive.
Yeah.
And I would also like to, we had a previous motion on this actually that's outstanding. If we could, I would love to see that motion number actually added to this, so it's combined. So I believe we previously were looking for a third-party investigator.
You're talking the one we did back in April 19th?
Correct.
Yeah, it was for council-related matters on a third-party for council-related matters, a third-party investigator would be brought in. Yeah, that was a motion that we provided. What number was that?
So if we can figure that out, that would be great. If not, maybe just make a note of it as a date.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
So Callan, so if we modify this motion to say direct to proceed with the, as per ministerial directives 5C.
5C.
The requirements, as per the requirements of.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. And then I think the last sentence should be and to be presented to council for decision.
Sure. If I can get a motion to forward to bring this to the record. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that council direct administration to proceed with the competitive procurement process for an independent third-party investigator for code of conduct as per the requirements of Directive 5C as outlined by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and to be brought to council for decision.
Are there any further comments or questions in relation to this? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Okay, moving on to item number 4, which is Directive 6 from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, direct administration to hire an independent third party to develop protocols for inter-council conflict and to book a workshop for council's involvement in development of the protocols. I wonder, as Councillor Funk mentioned, if this would tie into our motion. I do have the motion number for this. The motion for the mediation that was requested by council on December 22nd. Motion council administration to hire an independent third party. Councillor, are there any other comments in relation to this motion? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you, sir. So on here, Directive 6 in our agenda says direct administration to hire an independent third party to develop protocols for but isn't 6 in what the directive was that I direct council to engage an experienced municipal consultant?
True.
There just seems to be a difference, and so I'd just like to speak to that.
Yeah, we still have to ask staff to find them, and then we would pick them. Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I think it could be as simple as what Councillor Funk so adaptly pointed out with the last one, right? To follow the directive of this, but I'm just suggesting that the wording that's on here and the wording in the directive are different, and I would just like to amend that.
Sure.
Oh, you just want me to figure that out? Okay, good. Okay, fair, good. Okay, sorry, need a second.
So to proceed with a competitive procurement process, hire an independent. It wouldn't be. It's not quite the same as. So what the directive is for direct council to engage an experienced municipal consultant.
Correct.
Who's an independent third party.
Technically, we're doing it by hiring somebody, by directing.
Yeah, exactly. So we should have something in here that says to bring back to council at the end for council to make the decision. So maybe at the very end, Callan, if you can add that. The goal is to bring to council for decision. Does that work, Councillor Dean?
I also think we should do the same as per the not guidance, as per the stipulations, as per the directions in Directive 6A.
Yes.
Because 6A is very specific.
Yes. Directive 6A. Councillor Funk, would you restate the motion?
Can I read this one already? I haven't read this one yet.
Oh, you didn't? Sorry. Okay.
Motion that council direct administration to hire an independent third party to develop protocols for inter-council conflicts and to book a workshop for council's involvement in development of protocols to bring to council for decision as per requirements outlined in Directive 6A from the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Great. Are there any final comments or questions in relation to that, Councillor Dean?
Should we be wordsmithing this a little bit? Thank you. Motion that council direct administration to bring to council the hiring. Right? I just think the wording's weird, right? Right? Because right now they could essentially hire and tell us who they hired. Right? which I don't think is what we were looking for. Is that correct? I think what we were looking for them, so we don't want them to hire. We want them to bring back, to suggest.
Sure.
Are we not?
Yep.
Recommend.
Recommend. Thank you. So motion that council direct administration to
Recommend
recommend.
an independent third party. Sure, that'll work.
Would you like me to restate that?
Yes, please.
Motion that council direct administration to recommend an independent third party to develop protocols for intra-council conflicts and to book a workshop for council's involvement in development of protocols to bring to council for decision as per the requirements outlined in Directive 6A from the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
All right, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, moving on to item number 5, which is Directive 7, which is from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, direct administration to schedule a workshop for the completion of a comprehensive strategic plan. And this, just for the record, aligns with our motion for the strategic planning workshop done on September 9th, 2022. Do we have a motion for that? Okay, if I can get someone to bring forward the motion that's on the screen. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct administration to schedule workshops for completion of comprehensive strategic plan.
Okay, Councillor, are there any comments or questions? They're bringing that back to council. Councillor Dean?
There's a sentence at the end that says an opportunity for public input in the development for public input into the development of the plan. My thought there would be we could figure that out as part of the workshop, and so when we come back. So I don't think what we would be doing is after the workshop coming back straight with the strategic plan. We'd have to create some sort of opportunity for feedback, and I think we could figure that out within the workshop. Would that be agreed as to how everybody else reads it, or is there some way that we should work that in here?
I definitely feel that again we can reference the Directive 7 in it so that it includes exactly what Councillor Dean's mentioning, and then figure out how the best way to do that is at that point in time or between that point in time and now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not suggesting that we have to put it in this motion. I'm just wondering that sentence. Thank you.
Directive 7, yes. Councillor Funk?
On this one, would we like to put a timeline? The rest of the other ones that we've been doing have been part of the competitive procurement process. So there is a timeline, kind of a time.
The book a workshop?
Yeah. Well, this one doesn't have that, so.
No later than, I don't have my proper timetable. Councillor Hanley?
By us including the requirements of the directives all have timelines.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got it covered.
I'm just wondering, do we want staff to know that we're looking at a little earlier than October 31st?
Yeah.
October, May. I would say before the end of May, but Councillor Dean?
Could it be something where once we officially read this motion in, we do that as a comment, and then staff would understand we want this done sooner rather than later, and then not worry about it as part of the, right? Because that's another part that can be done, right? Is like what the intent behind the motion is in a comment section after the motion's made. No?
Yeah, I think that it's good to have the specifics in the motion, though.
That's fair. Okay.
So Callan, you had a comment, a line in there, no later than end of May, maybe? April, so April, May, 2 months. So sometime between now and the end of May for us to have a workshop. Councillor Funk?
We currently have a company that we've been working with on this. If we're going to continue utilizing them, can we not speed this up a little bit, or?
Well, again, I totally agree with you. That's why I put no later than.
Okay.
We can do it as fast as their schedule permits.
Yeah, I guess
and
it
ours.
depends on their schedule.
Theirs
too,
and
I
ours,
guess,
yeah. And then based on that, we'll be able to come back to council with some dates and we'll have to book it.
Good
That's
point.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, so we haven't read this motion in yet. Oh, okay, so if I can get someone to read the motion onto the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct administration to schedule a workshop or workshops for completion of comprehensive strategic plan as per requirements in Directive 7 as outlined by the Minister of Municipal Affairs no later than the end of May.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. All right. Moving on to number 6, which is Directive 8B from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, direct administration to book roles and responsibilities workshop through municipal affairs at the earliest possible date, preferably in April. No later than April 30th. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I think this one we got to be careful with the date, at the earliest date possible, because this is provided by municipal affairs staff.
Yeah.
So we're subject to their timetable of availability. So to request it to be completed as soon as possible.
Sure, you could just have it earliest possible date, period. And then take off, no, yeah. All right, if I can get one of the councillors to read in the motion to the record. Councillor Hanley?
Okay. Motion that council directs administration to book roles and responsibility workshop through municipal affairs at the earliest possible date.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 7 in our agenda, which is Directive 10 from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, direct administration to continue the RFP for the audit firm that was commenced in January 2023, which is related to Directive 10, is the RFP for an audit firm. I think we probably don't have to have commenced in January 23 in there. Can you request for proposal process for an audit firm? Period. All right. Are there any comments or questions in relation to this motion? Councillor Funk?
Similar to previous ones where we have had the previous motion to do this. Do we want to determine what that previous motion number was?
I don't know the number here, but the RFP, the motion was done in January 2023. I don't have the exact motion number.
Because the good thing with this one being a competitive procurement process, we're already into the process, so hopefully we should be able to finish it sooner than if we were starting it now.
They've got a few of the large companies that are interested in doing it already. That's why I used the word continue. Councillor Dean?
Yeah. Same thing then. This would be coming back to council for decision.
Certainly. Go ahead, Councillor.
You know where I'm going with this. Yes. Can we add that?
Add that to it, please.
To the motion.
All right, if I can get a councillor to read this motion into the record.
Can I take a run at it?
Councillor Vogt, yes.
Motion that council direct administration to continue the request for proposal RFP process for the audit firm and come back to council with a decision.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to number 8, which is Directive 11A from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, direct administration to provide the Ministry of Municipal Affairs with a list of all municipal land sales since October 22nd, 2021. And so that is pretty straightforward. To my knowledge, the only land sale we actually got is our Webster, which is conditionally sold, which was done January 3rd, 2022. So I don't think that directive is going to take a long time. Councillor Dean?
The only thing with this is within the directive itself, there's a lot of details. Right? Like they're asking, there seems to be asking for details in regards to that, right? The advertising, the copies of associated council resolutions, sale price of each parcel.
Yep.
Right? So I think instead of writing it all out, could we add, as per the stipulations contained in Directive 11, and to be brought back to council and to be presented to council before being sent to municipal affairs?
Sure, yep. You got all that, Callan? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. Just because we're repeating ourselves, how about motion that council directs administration to assemble a list of all municipal land sales since October 22nd, 2021, as per the requirements outlined in Directive 11.
Yeah.
From the minister and return to council.
Yeah.
Straight.
That's their job,
So-
not ours.
So just at the top of the motion where to assemble instead of provide the minister. You take out the Minister of Municipal Affairs with you just need to return to council. Yeah, present and to present to council.
Gotta leave that way.
All right, are there any other additions that council would like to make to the motion being discussed? Okay, if I can get someone to read the motion in, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'm gonna make one little change here because it's 11A. Motion the council directs administration to assemble a list of all municipal land sales since October 22nd, 2021, as per the requirements outlined in Directive 11A from the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And return and present to council.
It's just 11.
It's just 11. There is
What? Oh, okay. It's this table that's wrong. Okay.
Okay, any other comments or posts?
Yeah, if we can just take out after municipal affairs and to return and to present, or can we just change it to just to present?
Yeah.
And we need to return and to present.
Yeah.
And to present to council. Okay, Councillor Hanley, would you read that again?
Okay. Motion that council directs administration to assemble a list of all municipal land sales since October 22nd, 2021, as per the requirements outlined in Directive 11 from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and present to council.
Okay, any comments or questions in relation to that motion? Councillor Dean? Councillor Funk?
Sorry, do we need to add a date to this? I know there's a due date for it, but do we want to have a date before that?
Well, before the end of April, on or before the end of April. Because this won't take long. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Hanley, would you
Read it again? Motion that council directs administration to assemble a list of all municipal land sales since October 22nd, 2021,
as per the requirements outlined in Directive 11 from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and to present to council no later than the end of April 2023.
All right, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion presented? All in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay. All right, so number 9 is related to our in-camera session, which is the recording in camera. In-camera sessions for the sake of transparency to allow validation of current and future unsubstantiated claims as a result of claims regarding in-camera discussions activity made by members of council. This will remove the uncertainty of in-camera activity by confidential recording of the session for legal privilege use or for as decided by council only. Now, the motion that will be coming out of this that we're looking for is a motion as per Rule 17.1 in our procedural bylaw, is a motion to temporarily suspend Rule 17.1 in our procedural bylaw, 014-22, to allow recording of in-camera meetings. And so that is done on a meeting-by-meeting basis. You have to read that in unless we decide to change the procedural bylaw in its entirety, or to amend it. So are there any comments or questions in relation to this topic? Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, through the chair. Just wondering if you or anyone can speak to the integrity of this of the information. How do we keep it? Because it'll contain confidential information. So if somebody can speak to that, please.
Callan, can you speak to that?
Yeah. So all information, recordings, documents in a FOIP section, as the public becomes aware of it, it can be FOIPed. So a person of the public can gain access to the document. There can be edits and redactions and everything like that to prevent sensitive information, but legislative services would be in charge of retaining those documents and files and whatnot.
So I think what Councillor Ryan is just requesting is that if we have an in-camera session, where is the data safe and in a protected place?
Yes.
Okay. How would we record? Could you explain that?
I think William can provide a better explanation, but I assume we're recording through WebEx. So to tell how the sausage gets made, we're using these cameras, we're broadcasting live using a little computer in IT. Once we're in camera or recess, we stop the broadcast towards that. And then we use WebEx to record. We can use the cameras and use WebEx to record what's not being broadcasted, and it's stored on an independent server, and then only a certain amount of people have access to that, mostly IT and myself. So,
okay.
And then, it's stored in a safe hard drive, and yeah.
Okay. Councillor, are there any other questions, or another question, Councillor Ryan?
Yes, and thank you. Just as a follow-up, now, could there be a process where if information is requested that was in camera, that FOIP request is also privy to council, so that we are aware as to a request being made? And yeah, well, here's the thing. I just don't want anyone arbitrarily going into that information. So the only time anyone should be going into those files is if there is a request made. So how do we, I guess, guard for that?
Just so we're clear, so in-camera matters are supposed to fall under FOIP, which means not disclosed. Okay, which is why we're allowed to take them in camera. Now, if you have a situation where we've taken something in camera that shouldn't have necessarily been discussed in camera and could have been discussed in public, then if somebody FOIPed that, then yes, they could get access to that piece of information only. They can't get access to everything else because everything in camera is supposed to be FOIP protected, as long as we've gone under the right rules of why we're going in. So we're not really concerned about anything that's in there legitimately. You're only really saying, well, I'm concerned about something that should not have gone in there. And by definition, we shouldn't really be concerned about that because they're not going to release people's names and that kind of stuff anyway. So you're not allowed to obviously damage the public, damage your residents, all of those kinds of things. But so it's not a situation where they get access to information that's legitimately supposed to be in camera. It's only a situation where they're getting access to something that possibly could have not have really needed to be in camera, but was being discussed in camera. And so, but I think is your question, just to give that preface, but I think your question is also, if I restate it, is that to ensure that if there is access, council's made aware of that?
Not necessarily. I mean, if it's purely administrative, if it comes, within the jurisdiction of legislative services, then that's fine. I was just the way I think it was just presented. It almost sounded like any information could be FOIP'd. So no, in that case,
Yeah,
I
yes.
think that's definitely comes under the purview of legislative services. And I guess an extension to that would be then how would the public know that there were discussions happening in camera that should not be happening in camera? And how would they go about identifying those and then wiping those?
Yeah. You really wouldn't. It's only in a situation that somebody decided to FOIP. Then the coordinators / the commission would review that and say, okay, this doesn't qualify as protected under FOIP, so this can be actually released. If it's related to the topic, it's not just, can I have a wipe all of everything? You're FOIPing for a reason, like you're trying to say, I want to ask something about myself and council talking about me. And so, so it's not quite as broad as access to anything. It has to be a specific topic that is related, but I think the answer is yes. Councillor Funk?
Along Councillor Ryan's original question, though, I'd like to see just a very short policy as to how, what the protection is going to be for files and stuff that should be associated with this, so that the proper people have read-write access, or any access, or the proper types of access, just so that it's identified and we have it in writing. And I think we'd probably do this for anything like this. We'd probably have a process.
There can be, again, if we wanted to make a permanent change to record everyone, we definitely can. And then we would amend the procedural bylaw. And then you can, but right now we do have a process that's followed by IT for our council meetings already. And again, this would only be subject to, the same confidentiality. Councillor Funk?
And this could be covered within the IT policies, the current policies, and they could just refer to what that current policy or procedure is, and just to tie the two together. So it doesn't have to be a long drawn out process or anything cumbersome. It's just making sure that we have the right procedures and stuff in place to cover these situations.
Now, just to speak to that just quickly, so all staff sign a confidentiality agreement. So we have the confidentiality. Do you want us to refer to that confidentiality agreement?
No.
Additional?
No, I'm just stating the IT policies and processes around the actual recordings and how they're stored and where they're stored.
Okay. So the motion that we've got in front of us. Okay, so this is saying that the motion under bylaw 014-22, section 2.3, to temporarily suspend the following rule. 17.1, which is not recording of closed sessions, allowing under section 2.3 this motion to be suspended, which is only for the rules and procedures, is only in effect for today's regular council meeting of March 28, 2023. And you would like to add to that this follow all IT policies and procedures?
I guess the question is does IT have can they confirm security? I guess was the original intent of the questions, I think. And I'm sure we do. It just, if somebody, even if I guess somebody could just speak to it so it's on record that if they have the proper policy.
Callan?
I guess maybe that would suffice.
I'm not exactly sure of all of IT's policies. However, it will be on a hard disk, and it will be locked in someone's office. So it won't be available to general public, if that's any reassurance. It'll be a hard copy, essentially, of the recording, and we can delete all trace of it online.
Do we have a safe that we put our backups in?
Yep.
Just state that it will be put in there with the backups.
It will be put in there with the backups.
Okay. Do you want that in the motion?
Sure.
Okay. Callan, if we can add to the very end of that the copy or to store the recording in March 20. I think you're saying that, and to store the recording of the March 28th, 2023 with our existing backups in their safe. So Callan, that store right above stored, I think that's duplicated. So I think to take out to store. Will be stored in our existing backups in a log safe. Okay, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, the recording, can we say the only copy of the recording will be stored with our existing backups in a lock safe? Because we want all other copies destroyed. So
Okay, the only recording of the March 28th. Are there any other comments in relation to this? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I don't think you can record an in-camera session.
Of course you can.
Okay.
Ask Ledge.
You can record it, but it is subject to FOIP requests at that point.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. All right, if I can get Councillor to read the motion that's on the screens. Councillor Funk.
Motion that council under procedural bylaw 014-22, section 2.3, temporarily suspend the following rules of procedure. Number 17.1, council meetings are recorded and live streamed to the public with the exception of closed sessions to allow the closed session of the council meeting to be recorded but not live streamed. Under section 2.3, this motion to suspend the rules or procedures is only in effect for today's regular council meeting of March 28th, 2023. The only recording of the March 28th, 2023 will be stored with our existing backups in a lock safe.
Okay, any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried, thank you. All right, moving forward with item J, our closed session. If I can get a motion to move into council, into camera. Councillor Fogt?
I make the motion that we move in camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried, thank you.
Request a party break.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera and coming back to our council meeting for today. So if I get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we come out of camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, with that, we have a couple motions that'll come out of in camera. Our first motion that I'd like to provide is the motion for council to accept the hiring of the Economic Development Manager for the Strategic Advisory Group. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. All right. Our next motion out of business in camera is in regards to, so I read this correctly. I'll provide the motion. A motion to, as regards to the recommendations. No, that'll come in second, sorry. As per the directive number 1 and the recommendations number 2 of George Cuff's report, Council will be putting together a list of what is indicated irregular, improper, and improvident, and Council will be speaking to this in the future. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? As per, I'll make sure you've got that right there. As per recommendation, sorry, it's as.
Point of order.
Yes.
Were we doing this as a motion, or we're just making a statement that this is something that we're doing? Because it is a council item, so we're not directing anybody to do anything. I think we're just making a statement, or we're not. I'm fine with them all, but I just don't think we need one.
A motion of what council's doing, or an information statement?
Yes, sorry, I believe it was an information statement.
Okay. Kate, what would you say we should do there? Council is going to be releasing, or council is going to be doing this work to get this list organized. Is that a direction that council is directing itself to do? Or is that an information statement to the public that we're doing? And how would you recommend doing that?
You could recommend that you do it yourselves, and then it is stated in a motion for action.
Okay, so it's a motion for action. Okay, all right, so, sorry, Callan, the motion, motion for council, disregard for council. Motion as per directive number 1. And to recommendation number 2 of George Cuff's report, council will be putting together a list of what is indicated irregular, improper, improvident, and council will be speaking to this in the future. Council, are there any questions in relation to that? Councillor Dean?
May I take a stab at wordsmithing?
Yes.
Is that okay? May I recommend adding Directive 1 of the Municipal Affairs report? So if we're going to list George Cuff report, I think we should just make the distinction. And instead of we'll be speaking to this in the future, is it possible to change it? And council will be speaking to this at future council meetings.
Sure. We're speaking to this at a future council
Or at
meeting.
upcoming? At upcoming council meeting?
At an upcoming council meeting? Either one's fine.
Sorry?
Which one, Councillor Hanley?
He did it.
Okay. All right, so are there any other wordsmithing that council is recommending for this? Okay, perfect. Councillor Dean?
Should we add S? So meetings?
Sure.
There's going to be a few, so we might need more than one meeting.
Okay, I'll restate the motion. So motion as per directive number 1 in the Minister of Municipal Affairs report and in recommendation number 2 in George Cuff's report, council will be putting together a list of what is indicated irregular, improper, and improvident, and council will be speaking to these at an upcoming council meeting. Great. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, so our last item requires us to refer back to item H5 and lift it from the table. So if I can get a motion to lift item H5 from the table. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we lift from the table action or item H5 from the agenda.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going to make the motion that I'm going to provide. I'll provide it. The motion to release the in-camera March 15th, 2022 approved council project list as redacted to the public. I'll read that again. Motion to release, the council release the redacted in-camera March 15th, 2022 approved council project list. Period. Councillors, any wordsmithing that anybody would recommend? Councillor Funk?
Sorry, just a question. Is it council releasing it or administration releasing it?
Kate, what do you recommend for that? It's an in-camera item that we have to motion to release, I believe.
My recommendation would be to direct administration purely for logistical reasons.
Okay. So motion that administration release the redacted in-camera March 15th, 2022 approved council project list. Okay, I'll restate that again. Motion that council direct administration to release the redacted in-camera March 15th, 2022 approved council project list. Any comments? Councillor Dean?
Is that the title of the document? Because I don't think it is.
That was on page 119. The motion that we made back on March 15th was council directs the mayor and administration to continue to work on the confidential projects as discussed in camera and engage legal advice as needed. All projects will come to council for public disclosure and required approvals. And we have the title of the document just simply saying in camera 3/15/2022 confidential. So if we want to give it a title, it's the confidential projects as discussed in camera. Confidential projects as discussed in camera. Councillor Dean?
I think we're on the same page right here. I think the last part of that sentence should just be the last part of this motion.
Okay.
Right? So whatever, I could try and pull it up here quickly. You said, I believe, page 119, but the last part of that sentence, I believe, is what we're voting to release. So I think we just say that.
The redacted, okay, so the redacted confidential projects. Councillor Dean?
As discussed at the March 15th meeting. So council direct administration to release the redacted in-camera confidential project list as mentioned at the March 15, 2022 meeting.
Sure. That sounds good.
Because the document doesn't have a title, and so I just don't want us to get hung up on a logistic, if you will.
Yeah. Confidential projects project list as discussed at the March 15th. Yeah, okay, that's good. After the period, though, I think you're deleting the rest of it, aren't you? Okay, so I'll restate this again. A motion that council direct administration to release the redacted in-camera confidential project list as discussed at the March 15th, 2022 council meeting. Sounds good? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Callan, I'm just going to just going to share my screen in relation to that redacted list. If I can figure out how to do that again. Wonder if I can improve the site size here so people can read this. Okay, so here we have the in-camera March 15th, 2022 approved list of projects for council to work on. Number 2 is the item, the Canal Southwest Alberta Environment, landscape the south side of the canal, asphalt, and the canal entrance. Number 3 is the Canal Southeast, WID, in regards to a pathway to Langdon. Number 4 is a dirt berm and adding dirt behind from dredging and dirt on 11 acres. Adding path along the top, an asphalt path, adding a lookout platform. Number 5 is East Lake, which is in Chestermere, 500 acres for housing development and retail. Part C is paying for shaping of lake of 80 acres. Number 6 is the annex discussion to Highway 9 and Glenmore. Number 7 is working on the highway bypass. Number 8 is the CRCA development, working on A, concept planning, B, the pool development, C, hockey rinks and contracts, D, geothermal, E, eco-growth furnace, F, sport courts negotiations with the developers, and G, parking lot negotiations. Number 9, working on South Lake and stormwater solutions. Number 10, working on a senior center planning, Whitecappers at Seniors Manor, possible redevelopment. Number 11, water and sewer analysis on expansion and viability of our own utility. Number 13, a casino, hotel, and convention center partnership with nonprofits. Number 15, Founders Point and lands, possible utilization of the lands. And that is the list that is being provided to the public in connection with the previous list that was already disclosed on H5 on our presentation as the projects which council is currently involved in negotiating and discussing and then bringing back to council for final decisions. Okay, so if I can get a motion to accept this list as information. Sorry, just let me confirm that. Okay, so H5, our Directive 9 from the Municipal Affairs, is in regards to providing this list to the public. And so it's a report for information, yes. So if I can get a motion to accept the information that's been provided under item H5.
Was that motion we just made previously,
No, we made a motion to allow us to release it from in camera. And so now that's outside in the public, now we've got to make a motion that we're accepting it as information. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we accept the
Council-approved project list.
council-approved project list as per agenda item H5.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And that concludes our council meeting today. So if I can get a motion to adjourn. Sorry, just a moment. Okay. Okay. All right. If I can get a motion to adjourn, Councillor Fote.
I make the motion that we adjourn at this time.
Excellent. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.